All right. All right. All right. All right. So let's kind of get into it. If you guys missed kind of what we're working on, there's um I'm gonna start putting things on YouTube, so we have like a better artifact of the project. But we have for now just a little diagram you can watch or watch. You can see it with your eyeballs. Um, and we're gonna like eventually, like I said, like have videos that more or less explain this, and or you can just go back and watch the stream from a couple days ago where we started it. But I don't want to keep going over it every time somebody asks, you know. So I where did we leave off last night? We kind of got the UI done in the one part. So we have like this left part done as we kind of get back into MAGA UI. Um, I feel pretty good about it. Usually, like a day after I'm designing something, I'll get a better feel for like if we hit the nail on the head, if there's room for improvement, or if we completely miss the mark. I think we're right in the middle of like hit it and needs improvement. So I think like there's a lot of little micro things here that can be done better, especially like there's some jarring parts. Like I think this was a weird decision to kind of put cloud deployments as its own little node here, and even just things like the white line can probably we could probably clean that up. We don't need to worry about it too much though, because like changing it in design will obviously take longer than changing it with code. You know, once this is code, you just flop a different, you know, probably border left on that and cleans right up. Um, yeah. So you're saying like the color scheme should probably be the navy. I think so. I think I started with the red. I knew the red wasn't really going to work as an interface because it's too much. I think the blue is probably our color scheme. Yeah, so we had done some logos that use this condensed blue scheme. We'll probably have to expand the scheme a little bit to cover all the different stuff, but we're sort of doing that as we work on the UI, right? So for what we're doing today, we're going to be jumping back into the UI, and I don't know really how far we'll get on this, but what I'd like to do is sort of really just figure out what happens over in this window or panel. This panel is going to be sort of your, I guess, we'll have to kind of figure that out, don't we? It's going to be like probably a system of menus that you open up to let you configure things and see things, and probably where all your controls are. But as I think about it, I think it does have to be like a system of menus. So we'll probably, my guess is we'll probably want to, let me lock this up for a second, draw on top of it. We'll probably want to take something like once it's selected over here and kind of give context as menus here. And then maybe once you select one of these things, right, this would move into this area. And then if the thing is really complicated, then you have sort of tabs for that. That would be different ways to navigate the information. So we're gonna have to figure out. I think the first thing is like let's try to get as many of these items figured out as we can. Probably like a pane like that, and then we'll try to figure out inside of those what are some of these things. And I don't know if we'll get all of this stuff designed today, but it's probably going to be a list that we just kind of keep adding to and keep refining. Yeah. So I guess the starting point for something like this is like probably open up our docs.google. So many Google accounts. We'll just kind of continue on the UI flow. So this what do we call this? We call this like project contextualization. You probably have like the outer, well, I guess we could just kind of run through it. Like it's just going to be all these different pieces. Well, I did not do enough thinking about this because I'm drawing a blank already. We're definitely going to have like configuration or setup. We'll probably have something that's dedicated to DNS. Let me open up one of these things. Let's see, like, what do I do when I need to turn a project on? this is the configuration right here, this box file. So configuration may extend like into things like local, staging, and production. Because although you would not change this, so you might even have something that says like box file, right? You see, or engine or something like that, the setup, I don't know. But then you might have very specific configuration for local, very specific for staging, very specific for production. This could even be where you maybe manage these things, but maybe not. Maybe this is just like in staging you have some evars, in production you have some evars, in local you have some evars, you know, little tiny things like that. Okay, so the configuration, probably, you know, I don't know, would this all be one thing? Like, could you have something as status? Could you have something as launch controls? That could make sense as two things. Let me move this over here. Come on. Come on. Let's grab your place. There you go. CSEC, are you from the United States? Are you overseas? Because it does. Like, MAGA has a political connotation. But we grabbed the URL like way before when Donald Trump was just a humble hotel management mogul. That's when we got all that stuff set up. And it was really surprising. It never even clicked to me that we had owned it. But we originally named MAGA for a different word for magic. This really, you know, let me just start like running through things, because you'll have logs, terminals. You may have things like SSL, so we can condense this. But I want to kind of, you know, move through these things, right? Admin. I don't know. Let me pull up. Admin is such a stupid word. It just means too many things. So status might be where you're kind of looking at, like, you know, your graphs, charts, etc. Launch controls would be like start, stop. I wonder if you probably have a separate thing for deployment. I don't know how that's going to work, but here's my thought. We're going to create components for the front end that should be able to plug wherever we need them to plug. So if we want like a very bland thing that's just status, that just shows these things and no controls, and we wanted to change it to also include things like deployment steps or launch controls, like scaling, you know, like I think we could do it there. So that's going to break out like that, and this is going to break out. This is where those tabs on the top, I think, make sense. Same thing here. And just because we're like writing this out, like it's got to handle all these things, I don't necessarily know if, like, for DNS, right? It's not like there's going to be 5 DNS entries for local or 5 DNS entries for it. It's going to be one thing. It'll be one entry. So I think conceivably we could just stick this all into one panel. Like, this is your local, this is where it sits locally, this is your staging, this is your production. And really for editing, you would only be able to edit like the local and the production. The staging, we're just going to give a URL for that. I guess you could point a domain at it. Okay, so configuration box. So how many people in here are familiar with Nanobox? Is that, like, do any of you guys use it consistently? Because like this is partially decisions that we're making to kind of like do the things that we think make sense, but then there's like all the support that we need to offer for the Nanobox commands. So if Nanobox does a command, we should almost like figure out, like, does that live on a screen? Like, how does that work? So we could probably get a list of the commands just like that. So the remote, I mean, most of this stuff I think we have. Log in, log out. Don't worry about this guy. We're going to take that over. Clean input. I don't think there's anything we're missing. Let's see if we can get like, let's see. We can get those screenshots to look at. So we don't have access to any of the backend code that Nanobox was built in, like any of the client code that's on the web. We have zero access to it. But I don't think, maybe they would be pissed. I don't know. We'll find out. Like I think it's going to be okay for us to kind of go through and see, like kind of like I'm doing right now. What features did they have? Just gonna kind of look through here. So there's our logs. We have that. We have the SSL. We have all the. That's all going to be under like some sort of control system. That'll be under some kind of a control system. The reboot and deletion. They have ways to connect into things. We can put that under terminals. Ways to scale. That'll probably be under deployment. Yeah, just stick it there. This is just more scaling wizard stuff. You know what might be smart? What if we, let's add like a thing that's just like costs or something. Hey, thank you for the raid, Clark. Welcome to the channel, guys. Okay, so yeah, just like probably a wrap up of what it's going to cost to run these boxes for people. Pretty smart. This is a weird thing that Nanobox had done. They had tried, I don't know, I think there was a reason for this. I think they were showing your components that had redundancy and didn't have redundancy to coerce you into upgrading your tier, because Nanobox was free up until you started to do what this is, which is a multi-instance single component or multi-instance multi-component build out. These are nightmares. You want to give yourself a bad week of learning stuff, try to do that with a production app that needs to scale. You will break everything. Yeah, long time, guys. It's been a long time. Glad you could all join. Again, if you want to keep up on like what we're working on, we're working on a project to create a pass, which is called a platform as a service, where we're going to basically build a desktop app so you can launch local environments and then move them onto things like AWS, DigitalOcean, etc. with ease, because that seems to be a big problem for a lot of people. There was a company called Nanobox that was doing this. They got acquired by DigitalOcean, and they MIT'd their whole code base, meaning it's free to use. It's free to commercialize it. So we are going to commercialize the crap out of it, and we're going to make it slicker, easier to use, cleaner, etc. So like, it's going to be good. And we're not going to do the Heroku model, which is like you pay way more than the server's cost. It'll still be the Nanobox model, which was a pass through. So like you just pay your AWS bill, we manage it, you know. Ooh, so this would probably go under deployments, this deploy history. The network, that will probably just go under DNS. SSL. This will be a bear to figure out how to do these three. Let's Encrypt is very easy to set up. There's agents we can install on the boxes to manage the SSL through Let's Encrypt. Self-signed, and that's a mess. Third party, that's easier, but they're going to have to install it most of the times. Yeah, it's going to be a mess. I think like out of the box, we're just going to support the Let's Encrypt. Yeah, and all this stuff is just easy peasy. Hosting. So that's probably more global, right? Like so the hosting accounts that they connect in, I don't think that lives here, but it's got to live somewhere. So when we get back to our UI here, this great looking UI, we're probably going to have to put something in here to do account wide, or sorry, like application wide capture of things like hosting accounts, because I don't think it makes sense to make them fill hosting in for every specific project. Although that may be a good level of control, but it would just be sort of a selection during deployment, right? You would say like, here's a hosting account I've already attached, use that one. I've been good, Return to Dust. Thanks for asking, man. We're getting back into it, kind of going back down this road of building apps again. For a while there, I was selling shampoo, which is kind of weird. That's not even a joke. Just a humble brand building shampoo salesman. Okay, so let's start. Let's start moving through it. I think, we'll have to definitely make some changes. I can already see some problems with the design as we start to take these things in, but we'll just let's just whack into it. Get that font. That could work. It'll give us a lot of flexibility too if we kind of just use this contained list to launch into the next window. We kind of buy ourselves a lot of freedom in the future, because we're not painting ourselves into a corner. If we wanted to add more things or subtract things, we can. Let's see how that's looking. I don't like the way that looks. It's kind of gradually lightening up. Maybe we darken it up. Yeah, that works. I wonder too if just to beat in that we're inside of this project, let's just put the project name up top. Let's use a different project name too, because this is like what we're actually building. What would we call it? Ugh. I don't know. I only got a blank. So, what's ambitious? What's an ambitious Reddit? We're doing Reddit. Bug plug. Right. People still use bug plug. I'm blown away by it. Like we get like a couple signups a month. I don't think it actually works, which is even funnier. I don't think it functions. I think that it like has like a few scenarios where it works, and then most of the time it's just broken. Why don't you go back? There we go. Just a little bit. How about a little gradient? Where did that just go? Hey, let's come back here. How many gradients can you add until it's too many gradients? Like how much of this? Is there a rule? Can everything have a gradient, or do we just hit this point? Hey, Grace. Ooh, that's not a good looking gradient at all. How else do you say that name? That people pronounce it wrong. Okay. So, how do we say you're in one? Well, let's just gray these down, right? Like, and then the one you're in. Oh, that wasn't the way to do that. That was not the way. So I try to make those transparent, but it looks like opacity doesn't work like that. Works like that in CSS, but not here. Is that going to bug you, Noah? There. Okay. Ooh. Something's happening here. I can't. Whoa. 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 What are we doing here? What is this? What? It's like I'm uncovering a secret message. Oh, what could it be? What is it? What is this? I must know. What is the secret? What just happened? Okay. Are we okay now? What was that? It's still having trouble. $1 billion company. Well, $100 billion. This is easily like a $10 billion app. Look at what it does. One of these days, Adobe. One of these days. Oh, geez. It just is completely pooped the bed. Oh, what can we reveal? What is this? How does this even happen? Okay, so if I mouse over it, I can see it. Okay. What about this? Yeah, there we go. This is a very the most minimal UI you could have. You just hide everything from the user until they want to use it. What did this thing come back? What is this? Well, I at least need to get the save going. Thank you so much for the 5 months, Haxified. It does. It looks like a UI bug from the night. It looks like something where, like, it's just nonsense. It's, oh man. I need to be able to save this, right? Because I would imagine all of our work would just get nuked if I try to Katarl this thing back to life. Yeah, right. Whoa. Come on. I got the file dialog. I should be able to save it now. Oh no, okay, I think it's been saved. I think. From what? Whoa. Okay, are we back? There is no way I can't address this with Adobe somehow. I'm so glad this is like captured on screen. I'm so glad. We need to send this to them. I pay a lot of money to use this thing, right? Let's just close it and open it up again. What a crazy little bug that was. I can't even imagine what would trigger that. Like, oh, we are not popping into anything. That's just so that was just so weird. Oh man. I swear, if this isn't like caught up saved, I'm gonna be so disappointed. That looks like we're okay. All right, well, back to work. Okay, so I think yeah, the big bear, like this is kind of good to give ourselves something up here. We might have better luck with a different color, or maybe just the same color in that break, because sort of what I'm thinking is that this would be the tab bar. This is where the like sort of space is created to make sure we can, you know, run additional options across the top here. Not gradient, just is not doing what I want it to do. So I just want the gradient to kind of give me a little bit of space of separation without having to do too much else. Wow, that's just, this is just next level buggy. Look at that R. It's like I think Illustrator had a stroke. There we go. Yeah, this is what I get. Let's, maybe the GPU is having trouble or something. I'm gonna slip it onto the CPU, and yeah, we'll try. Hopefully that's the thing. All right. So if we have the configuration, configuration exists in three or four states, right? You have your setup for configuration, right? And then we have like the thing that's specifically for local, specifically for staging, and specifically for production. I have never, if you guys know of like a cool or good looking tab system, I would love to see it. I've never been able to do this. I went into like full screen interface design mostly to avoid doing tabs. Yes, Revolt. I think you're right. If this happens again, we'll go back to the 2019 deployment of Illustrator. They might, like, they left it there for a reason, right? Like normally when CC updates, it just takes off, it just overwrites the version. They must have had some stability issue or something. And there's really not too much in this version of Illustrator that I really want. They're kind of stagnant with their product development stuff. They added like a couple things, but for the most part, it's all stuff you don't need. I think one of the nice things was that it does the rolling save now, where you don't have to like turn the project into like a waiting game as your project saves. Just sort of, it takes it like off thread or something, or creates like a little temp for it and saves it. Kind of cool. There is no good tab design, is there? It's just always gonna look crappy. Give the top ribbon a frilly folded end. Can you give me an example? Not too bad. Okay, so once we're kind of like into this global setup dealio, this is what you're going to be setting up. You're going to be setting up these pieces of the app. Now, this is YAML, and YAML is like a markup. I think they say it's not a markup language, but it is. Essentially, what YAML is it's the equivalent of like a named array. So if you're familiar with like JavaScript, this will actually format back out into something that looks like this. And we can extract this pretty easily, and you just sort of say, well, that contains this, and this contains this, and then it looks like this, you know. And so it's like it's very easy to manipulate these files because they convert right into this and right back out. So anytime you see a tab, you're seeing, I would guess, another array object. But it gets a little complicated, right? Because you're gonna kind of, these get deep quick, and I can kind of understand why they wouldn't want to do this any other way, but it's gonna make it kind of crazy to work with. So keeping this in mind, because this is sort of like a known way to traverse data, we might be able to find something that would help build this really easily. Every time, so I can take this, I think I can fold these up. Yeah. So that would be one key value that would spawn out all this config data. And then these are mostly, I think they're all outside of deploy config. Anything that says like data on it, these are components. So there's a difference between this, which is a hook thing, this, which is an engine definition, and these things. And let's go look. The documents for Nanobox are still up. So if you type in, like, I think it's guides.nanobox.io, and we'll go look and see if they have documentation to define if there's any more types. I think it's just worker, data, and web. I think. I could be wrong. Let's go look. Giddies. Tips to stream UI UX. It's like the video quality is hard to get right. That's all I can say. Really? You want me to put this at the end of the list? That's not going to happen. What are we developing an app for stationery stores? Come on. All right, so let's dig in. So let's say we're trying to configure Rails or Ruby. Where they must have some documentation just on component. There they are, additional components. So these are the total code components. You have the data components, then you have the code components. So these you must be able to define these either as the engines or as the workers. Is that a thing you could do? Could you have workers that are running on separate engines than your primary thing? That's crazy. I hope we don't have to support that. Yeah. So I guess it looks like there's just the two from here. There is one here called caching. So there's data and caching. Let's see. What would be something you cache with? Memcached. Create a memcache component. So it's still called data. It's just data.memcache. That's it. Do they not? It's interesting to me because they don't. I swear, like you would almost hope you could find documentation on just like how the box file works rather than how it works in the context of each one of these things. But I don't particularly know either if the box file is like their thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's like they developed this or if we should be looking somewhere else for it. It's very, very close to a Docker file, but it's not a Docker file. It's something else. I'm just going to keep... Oh, come on. That was the one. That's 404. But that they have some documentation just on the box file. So let's see if we can find it. Okay. Got it. So there's only ever going to be these 5 listed things or 5 types of things. There'll be the run, which is called run.config, deploy, which is called deploy.config, web, worker, data. Okay. So let's start some notes. And we're going to do some assumptions here, but I think run.config only 1. deploy.config only one. I don't know about data, our website yet, but data dot whatever multiple, and then worker dot whatever multiple. Hopefully there's some more information here. Say run config. So this is all of the, is this all of the things? It would be great if these are all the things, because as you sort of think about this, like we can make it, like we can make this so easy to do this. Like we can say like, oh, select, you know, from known things that we have, select a thing. Like just sort of like an autocomplete that you tab into, it just adds it. Little X's to remove it. Yeah, it looks like that's it. Great. Okay, deploy config. And this gets a little complicated, but we can make, we could probably make this easy for people to work with. Like if before lives, let's see, I think I've got one of those in my deploy config. Yeah, so if you type in like I need an after live hook, which means once the service has triggered this thing, which is sort of like an event, right? The site builds, it deploys, it makes sure it's good to go, it turns everything on. And I imagine this is just for web main, but I could be wrong. But everything's turned on, and then it's saying, hey, web main, run this command. And that command can be anything. So you could web main, rm, rf, star dot star, and then you delete everything that's there, right? So I think like that's kind of cool. We might want to put some safety features in place for that, or who cares, just let them delete boxes. I don't know. So okay, but still we're just looking at there's only a limited number of things that they can do. And we'll come back to this later. We're just going to get an idea. Web. Let's see. So we have web.site here. Web components have ports. These should be used for any public facing code component. So them saying any and not just saying this should be used for your primary whatever, that makes me think that you're right, Tiny Script, that there may in fact be a way to put in multiples. In their examples here, they're showing multiples, but I think that might just be for that one case. So let's see if we can find something where it's like web.site, web.api or something. Aha, right there. There we go. Perfect. That's really crazy. I didn't even know you could do this. So you could have like web.site be your marketing site. And then you could say web.admin is a totally different server that catches everything right there. I did not realize there was routing. We were just adding features to this thing. It's just getting better and better. Just sprinkle them on, Nanobox. What else? What other free code are we going to inherit? Wow. Oh, and it even does subdomains? Oh. I hope you guys understand this is the most valuable tool I've used in my entire life, and it disappeared, and I'm so glad that we're going to be able to resurrect it, pull it out of the ether, and turn it back into a product again. Because I don't know, like if they just had trouble explaining this to people, but this, you're going to have a situation where you stand up an entire like set of servers in like 2 minutes. You're just like blah, and it's just going to turn them all on, and like you're going to be doing things that you pay big time DevOps people to figure out, just like this. Just like this. Just tabbed in thing by tabbed in thing. Okay, so we now webs can have multiple. Yeah, so so Nanobox Super Game Maker were inheriting their code base. They were a company that was doing platform as a service. We're not really inheriting it. We're working on top of it. but they got acquired, and who knows what they're going to do next. So pretty much the same stuff that a web component can do, these worker components can do, minus the routing. That's what it looks like. It's looking like everything except for the routing. Does Nanobox work right now? Yes. Yep. You can't make new accounts. And on top of that, like, it's not as easy to work with as it should be. Are we building a clone of Nanobox? Yeah, kind of. We're actually just building, if we had to describe it, we are creating a GUI which takes advantage of what Nanobox did. And we're creating a GUI to add another level of abstraction and automate this stuff even more and make it even easier to work with. Okay, and then the data looks like this is kind of on its own. Okay, so we know the run configs and deploy configs, these things are separate. So I wonder if, as we think about this with our, like in regards to our service here, if what we really want to have is like configuration, which just covers run config and deploy config and components. Because again, we're assembling the box file. So yes, you can go in and write your own box file, but we're going to assemble it. Like we're going to take it and put it into a wizard. Let's think about how that plays out, right? So what does run config let you do? This, you choose your engine. You would say I'm using Ruby or I'm using Python or PHP. Yeah, this is like, you set this up probably one time. Deploy config. This is probably something you end up doing way later in the development process. And because it is all around deployments, I think that ends up living under the deployment tab. Right. So then we just, the component stuff is just these three. These are the things that I can foresee adding to this quite consistently during the dev process, especially workers. I think data is something you almost set up like one time. Like, do you really go back in and start messing around with this once it's launched? I don't think so. So really, it's just this run config. Choose an engine, pick the runtime, and then do weird extra stuff. The file system watcher, what do they have that in there for? Why would you need a file system watcher? So it lets you do things like hot reloading when you're working on it. What operating system needs that? I feel like that's like Windows doesn't have a problem. Maybe it's just an OS X thing or a Linux thing. Okay. So back to this. Is there going to be a difference between local staging and production? Maybe. And this could probably handle some bigger things too, like where the project is saved. That might be helpful. I wonder if you'd have something like if we'd want something built in to do like a quick git push. Maybe that's getting too far. That might be like spreading the scope out too far to handle git. Okay. A little thing, so if we don't have enough tabs, we can still fill. Oh, we're gonna have to be so careful. I hate tabs. I hate them. Least favorite way to do this, but sometimes it's all you got. It's all you got is a tab. Only thing that makes sense. I really apologize because I probably should have done some more work here to figure out what this would actually entail. Global setup. All right. Might be easy to just kind of go in here and hit stuff. So for local, we'll probably want like a folder that it lives in. You'll have the ability to configure not much else. What else would you configure just for local? Maybe evars, environmental variables. They probably should change from environment to environment. Global setup. So this is the big stuff. Engine. So what language is the project in? And then I guess variables around that. So. I think this whole time too, we probably want to give like an ejection button to hit the file, right? Like an advanced mode almost. So yeah, for sure, right? You'd have like switch the mode between wizard or something else. You guys know a better word for wizard? Like if you have a thing that you're setting up and there's the version where you can just sort of like click things, you don't have to type anything in if you don't want to, select from lists, etc. versus like, oh no, we're gonna embed a text editor right there and let them just hit the buttons around and save it. Because if we put the text editor in, we can still add a little level of support. We could do at least basic linting on the on the file to make sure the YAML is correctly written. I don't think we should. I don't know if we want to like try to parse it and see if it breaks anything when it's parsed, because there might be stuff we're not thinking of. Like somebody might be like want to go in here and put a build trigger on something that we would not automatically, recommend. Build trigger is the wrong one. An extra package maybe that we don't normally recommend, but they just jam it in there and that's what they want. On some things like this, like the runtimes, like we only have access to so many of those. There's not an endless amount. Template. I don't think it's a template, man. I think it's like guided. Yeah. and then for guided, the engine. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. We can have this. Let's do the simple version first. But man, you're gonna make it so it's like so easy for people to set this up. Like, oh, I want Ruby or I want Python or Django or Django's not a language, or Node or whatever, and just select it and then drop down through all these little options. But I think just to get started, it'll sort of be like your, list builder. Speaking of customizing a car, how weird is the new Tesla, the truck? And who wants one? I kind of want one. I haven't been sold on the Teslas. I really haven't been super sold on one yet, where I was like, I gotta get that. But as soon as I saw that thing that looked like it came from the future promised to me in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, I fell in love, man. I can't, I don't know why. It looks so weird, but I feel like I get it. I get why they did it. I totally see it. I see that they're trying to move it all forward. They're trying to change the way people think. To do this, the engine, where do they store all the engine data? I think it's in Nanobox's package source. No. Let's go back. We might just be able to get better luck out of it looking at the Ruby or something like that docs. Because we are not I'm not at the point yet where I know how to add another engine. I don't think it's that hard. I think what we do is we clone the last engine's image and then modify the image to install the newer one. See, so these are the runtimes which are available right here. So here it specifies first the engine and then the runtime. What we'll do, what I think makes even more, we'll check one more, but I think what makes more sense is just to let this be the selected thing, and then it will go up and set that, right? Going for easy. We don't want to say select Ruby and then what version of Ruby. And that's behind. Ruby's a little bit further than that at this point. So you think that the truck looks like a street legal Mars rover? Yeah, it's awesome. It's so cool looking. I just think they took a shot, and a lot of people they're confused by it, but it'll grow on you. I cannot imagine at all what that's gonna look like going down the street. I just can't really. Can you picture that going down the street? I can't. Jeez, picture that next to a Ford Explorer or something. Yes. Noah, you have it. Throw the Mad Max paint on it. Or a Blade Runner paint job. I didn't see any indications of paint on the car. It's just brushed aluminum. They were just there it is. It's the Back to the Future DeLorean stretched out into a truck. That's exactly what they did. And they removed some of the contrast. There was black design lines on the DeLorean. Those are gone now. It's just one solid, it's a toaster. It's an unfinished toaster. And it's gorgeous. I don't understand it. My first impression when I saw it, I said, what are they doing? And why are they doing it? But now I'm in. 100%. And it's cheap. Compared to the other offerings for for Teslas, it's super cheap. Like you can get the Mac Daddy Tesla truck, which is going to have 3 engines, not 1, not 2, but 3 engines built in, and it will go 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. It can tow 15,000 or 14,000 pounds while it's doing it, and it's less than $100,000. I think it's like $65,000 or $69,000, which is a lot of money, but compared to the like Model X, which is how much? That a full-fledged Model X is what? Like 130,000? Like the Model S is like the same. And I think the problem I've had with those cars is that they are priced like luxury vehicles. Like they're priced in the same range as a luxury vehicle. Not like not Bentley or something, but like they're in the range of like a nice Porsche or a nice Mercedes. But they don't feel like that on the inside. They feel like almost utilitarian on the inside, like high tech, sure. But if you've ever been in sort of like one of those Mercedes-Benz S-Class, we are just missing docs everywhere. That's not good. So Mercedes-Benz S-Class feels like nice. It feels like you're in a lounge. Like, geez, those things, when you take a corner in one of those, like the seat turns with you. It turns your butt, and it turns like your lower back to brace the corner. It's such a like they're just really beautiful luxury cars. The Tesla feels like you're inside of the future, and in the future, it's not as important to do those really cool luxurious things, and nobody smokes cigars, and nothing smells like mahogany, and everybody lives in a in a concrete box where we project the things that are happening outside onto the inside of the concrete box because it's more structurally appealing that way, you know. But that truck, I'll take it. I'll take that weird utilitarian future minimalism Spartan thing in a truck, and I'll drive the shit out of it. Oh, that's a swear word. I got a mark. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of figured out, like, so the reason I was kind of going through those, I'm trying to get a good idea of, oh yeah, I saw the ATV. So the reason I'm going through these though is I'm trying to get a good idea of like how many options, how many runtimes these have. If you guys have been paying attention to that, like there's not really been a point when there's more than that number right there, whatever that is, that looks 9, 10 runtimes. We in the future will probably have to be future safe with it and say like, yeah, there could be 50 runtimes, there could be 100, you know, but for now we can say no, 10 is the max. So that kind of gives us the option to work this out as a auto completing drop down. So if we go and look at what an auto completing drop down looks like, who has that built into the UI kit? Material auto. We could just take a quick look. So Angular has that as a component. Yeah, just like this, right? So that's a filtering version. Did they really only put 3 options in here? Give me a like a state or something. 3 options. There we go. So you type in Florida, and you start to get that. So imagine the same thing, rolling out as lists of these languages. You start typing in Ruby, and it's going to start trying to figure out what you're trying to put in there. Thank you, Grace. Ooh, I don't know why we need this, but we need it. We're going to put little icons there, right? We have to. Because I think as things go on, can't we pre-bake in frameworks and say like, hey, you're, and maybe that's another thing though, that you say like, oh yeah, you've selected Ruby. We have Sinatra, we have Rails, we have other horrible things that you could run on top of it. Okay. Dude, this is great. Thank you. Is it MIT and all that stuff? Yep. Okay. You just saved us a lot of time of coding. Because so guys, with this project, unlike other projects we've built, the goal with this one is not going to be an experiment in like doing things new and on its own. I think for the most part, we're just going to try to make Vue be the thing and use as much of the rapid prototyping stuff that Vue provides as possible, because I don't want to get caught up in making it like, oh, we're gonna spend all this. Wow, it even has that right there. That's perfect. We're gonna spend all this time developing out a framework and all that just to do something that's relatively simple. We're not doing anything fancy inside of this app. Nothing. This is all existing stuff. Like, no need for managing 400,000 objects in a local database or anything. It's just really easy peasy. That's so cool though. So you guys see the pattern. So yeah, you would just sort of write that in. So we'll show that saying Ruby 243. And I guess in the design, I don't even know if we have to show this in the design. We'll just show it flat and just get little things like font sizing and coloring figured out. I need another color. Can't all just be whites and blues. Or that blue, rather. As I go and I drop another blue. Come on. There we go. That's probably going to be too dark. Oh, it's so dark. I just stick it in, make it a little opaque. There we go. There we go. That's doing it. So just like that, you just tap that and change your engine. Maybe we could make this be something like this where it expands. I don't know. Or we should just drop a column line and take it from there. So there's other things like the cache directories. Okay. So let's see how those get set up. So cache directories, they're going to be existing folders. Would they be existing folders? Let's see. Ooh. And you know what might be really cool? Yeah. There. Nope. Not like this though. Because we're going to have a bunch of space over here. I think it's like reasonable that we can contextualize the existing documentation that we already have got. So when you're like hovering something, you get the little explanation on how it works and keeps you inside of the app. And we're going to have to write that to say other stuff, right? But that could be pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, Denzel. She gets a little fussy right around dinner time. I assure you she's fine. It's been the hardest part about like working from home, is having her on my mind while I'm working. You know, it's kind of stupid, but like I kind of like, I know she's fine. I just have to accept, you know, that she's fine. But there's always that worry in the back of your head when you hear a kid crying, like, oh God, is she under the couch? Did she just discover knives? Like, the noise canceling stuff doesn't. My headphones are pretty noise canceling, but I don't want it to be fully noise canceling because I'm pretty sure I could identify the difference between right now, which is I'm hungry, and or I want to play with the people inside the TV or something, but they don't exist. Or the other thing, which would be, I don't know why red stuff's coming out of my face. You know, like, I think I can distinguish those two cries. So I think a full noise canceling thing, kind of like if you're driving, you don't really want full noise canceling. I feel the same way with this. Like, and we're kind of working on. She's getting into it. We're kind of working on like what we're like a probably just putting a sheet up or something to kind of drown that noise out, because I apologize, you know, for what's surely some jarring noise in the background. I know, but it's like one more thing. I appreciate you not minding. So cache directories, let's see, Crace, do you have in your bag of tricks a list builder? I would like a free list builder, please. There's a separate version of this fun. I think I'm going to try that really quick. This is Source Sans. And there is a version called Source Code, which I think is really pretty. But I'm sort of a sucker for like serifs, and just I don't know why. I kind of like lost my love for sans serif stuff. Yeah, what would be a good example? Yeah, maybe that looks kind of crappy now. Okay, an example would be if we have, let's say we have like, this is a list that we're building right now. We have item 1, item 2, item 3. A way to do what I just did, which is type and then tap enter, and get these to be like separate items. So if you look at the format for the runtimes, it's like, or for the cachers, it's like one item per line, like that. And we'd want a way to sort of like codify that in the front end. So as the user is doing this stuff, like we see that it's being done, but these are maybe each LIs containing that thing. It's like a 2-minute job in Vue. I think you're probably right. Okay. Even just something to look at, though. Yeah, pun. Yeah, it's been a while. Thank you. Back for a while, man. Glad to be back. No, Crace, I don't need it coded. I was more like looking for like a visual thing, you know? I wonder if this is probably what we want to flip into the code. source code pro, because it is sort of codey. And is this a monospaced font? Let's see. Yep. Great, Lewis. That's what I said today too, man. That is how my litmus test for design work is, does it look good the next day? It'll never look good a year later, ever. Everything you ever design, you're going to go back a year later and you're going to say, what was I thinking? What was in my head at that moment? You should see, and the further into the future you go, the more and worse that gets, to the point where you like your lips just do that thing and you cringe up, and it's just like a bad memory of who you used to be. like for real. Okay, so no list builder. So list builder always needs an open entity. But that's my litmus test, and it felt good today. Man, it felt good. I was looking at it just saying, yep, I think we hit it pretty well. Could be better. Definitely could be better. Everything could be better. Okay, so if this is like the one extra one, ooh, why even do an extra? Why even do an extra one? Why even be that guy? Let's just add a button that's like add. We'll use the universal sign for adding a thing. Glyphs. Go grab that font awesome glyph. Surely there's a better font awesome at this point. Yeah? Must be. The universal sign for adding a thing. The birthday cake. But like right there, am I wrong? Because Font Awesome has so many problems. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. The button at the top, or else it'll always be small lists here. Just add that in here. You press the ambulance, and then it does the thing. You think, so where do you, yeah, maybe. Hold on. What if we stuck it right here? Yeah. What am I doing? Let me open up Font Awesome to make a box with a plus sign in it. This is 2019 web development in a nutshell. Let me install this 300 kilobyte thing to, what do we have to do here? Oh, we just need to have a button. Okay. There's no other way to do it? No, there's no other way to do it. You want it to work on the type, like the speak and spell, right? You want it to work on an ATM that's running Java, right? It's not very legible. Oh, it's too legible now. This is not a smart thing to do. You see, I'm going in and setting opacity to get the color. That's gonna bite us in the butt later. Because unless Illustrator is doing something differently today than they've done in the past, opacity flips like this, we will have to write this into the CSS when it would be better to figure out what those colors are and bring them in like that. So we'll actually have to color that white and then opacity, whatever the heck it was. Are we using a theme of colors for buttons? Green is additive, red is removal type thing. Yeah, let's do that. We still don't have our greens figured out, but yeah, let me just change it to green. Ooh, was that a happy mistake right there? That's what we do, Crace. Exactly. So if you're like kind of in that spot, you just take a screenshot and eyedropper the thing. I think on Macs they have a color picker that you could just drag into that and grab the color. Yeah, that's what we do. Because we're all just big dummies that can't add a little thing that says like compute and apply the transparency, right? Yeah, that's looking good. Like that's yeah. So what's our next one up? Not there. So the next one we have is extra packages. So just as a side note, I'm going to post a link. Let me show you the maintenance that we are inheriting. We're inheriting all of that. They're going to sunset it. So if Nanobox works today, it will stop working soon because that's going away. So I don't exactly know how this works. I'm sure Dan will tell us why they have their own package thing. He had a solution. He's like, oh yeah, we'll just use this third-party package hosting deal. But when you build the box up, there's almost nothing that you're going to be able to do without having extra packages. Like most languages use underlying extra packages. Just in this one project we're using Node.js to power Rails, or maybe it's Ruby that gets powered by that. And we're using Nginx. The difference between Node.js and Nginx is humongous. Like Nginx is like a big component. You could probably get away with no Node.js if you got rid of Rails, but you're not getting rid of something like Nginx. So it's kind of weird that there's things that are super duper valuable inside of the extra packages thing that a bunch of people are going to need to use, like Node.js and Nginx. And then there's stuff that are very specific to your project, like inside the package source, you're going to see, it looks like the engines are here too. You're going to just see random crap that you don't use that much in a project. Like, when is the last time anybody used libxp for real? Like, an Xprint service extension provides public API to allow client applications to render to non-display devices. That's like for printers. So it's not something that's used terribly common. It's not a terribly common like job to throw that in there, but we need to support it for whatever reason. And again, I don't know if we're actually supporting this. I don't think we are. I think what we're doing, but we have to maintain the list. We're gonna have to maintain a place for people to download it from. Ultra important things such as Mongo. Not so important things such as libxp. So in this, that's a questionable thing. So for extra packages, this is like a new developer isn't really going to know that they should be using Nginx. How many of you just use Apache? Just straight up Apache HTTPDs. You just are like setting that up. Like, do you guys understand what the benefits of Nginx are over Apache? It's sometimes a preference thing, right? So I guess if you're at the point where you're jamming Nginx on, you probably know that you're jamming Nginx on. Now, doing something like Nginx, though, we would have to go and, like, are we really going to be able to stick that there? No, I don't think so. I don't think we're going to be able to stick Nginx, like, to know where the config should sit based on what the engine is called, and to stick that thing in. We're not going to be able to write the Nginx file, right? So really all we're going to do is install the package. Yeah, and genuinely people like like they like Nginx, or they like Nginx, or they like Apache. But just as a side thing, I know almost no devs that use Apache. If given the option between Apache and Nginx, they'll throw Nginx in. And I don't know why that is. Me personally, I use Nginx. Um, this is going to be tough, this guy, because just that size of that list, man. Like, that is a huge list to autocomplete through. Like, it might be better to not have that one be that sort of a setup. Just might be a little bit smarter. Okay, so the other thing that we need to stick in here is the dev packages. So what do these do? Dev packages. In some cases, you may need a package or runtime that your engine does not make available, but only during development. Oh. The dev packages config allows you to specify additional packages that should be available for local development only. More information is available on the added path. So we don't put that in here because that would be the specific local config thing. That's where that will happen. Okay. Build triggers. Changes to these files will trigger a new build the next time a new build is required. What? In general, it's recommended that any dependency management files be added as build triggers. Yeah. That way you won't have to manually build a new runtime when you update your dependencies. Okay. So, all right. So it's showing the example of gemfile lock, and package.json. So those are always going to be in the file system, right? So that is better served by, I mean, you could do an autocomplete based on the file system, right? Why not? We could do an autocomplete, or we could do a file finder. Or both. Why not both? But that's definitely something that takes place in all the environments. So is there any reason we wouldn't want to hit the file dialog? Is that funky in any OS? Oh, dang. Okay, I gotta add a little delete. Hold on a sec. Yep. Oh, it's way too big. That's not delete. That's stop. In what country is that stop? In what universe is the red thing with the minus next to it not what is delete? Is there some sort of language that I don't understand? I think that's delete, man. We're not going to make it just a minus. It is a minus highlighted by that thing. A red minus sign just sitting there. The UK stop sign is an X with it. What are we even talking about right now? I thought in the UK you had those guys with the hats on the corner telling you, "Oh, slow down. This is the Queen's Road. Slow that down." The big hat, is the big. That's where we got the traffic lights from, because of the hats, the big tall hats. I'm glad we aren't at war anymore. Our two countries. I know we don't talk about that very much, right? It just doesn't get much play anymore. That little problem across the pond. Is it weird though that I still slightly feel like we're kind of at war with like Germany? It's just we're so different. I think it's the lack of like roughage and fiber in their foods that separates us to this day. Like, how often do you eat German food? Really? Like, there's just not enough. I don't know. Not enough fiber. It's just a problem. It's all schnitzel and sauerkraut and. I'm saying things I shouldn't say. It's gonna reignite the whole cultural divide. Dude, so much beer. I did a month or half a month in Germany in Munich. That was so much beer. Yeah, but somehow the bread doesn't soak up any of the beer. I don't get it. You don't even need toilet paper in that country. Just blow it out. Do you? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Okay, so I'll concede that big time. Like, the bakeries in Europe are out of this world. Like, and they're everywhere. It's like you can go just walking on the street and there's like some person, some like artisan making a thing everywhere. And here you get that, but only in like, I don't know, I'd call it like Brooklyn type neighborhoods. And you definitely don't get it because most of the country's a suburb. Like, and you just get like the chain version of a baker and just some company that bakes stuff. And all the like the supermarkets and stuff will hire bakers and shut the businesses down. It's weird. Yeah. There's like an ideal bread that you get though in Europe. It just tastes like, I don't know. It tastes like heaven. Or like that honey bread, man. You know who makes it here? The Amish. They have preserved, but they're like descended from German, right? They're like, they have preserved that like perfect food, like not adulterated, with all this other crap. But the problem with the Amish is you got to like go barter with them. They don't. I know they accept money, but I feel like it's much. It just works better to barter. Like you go and you trade them a horse or a photograph or something, and it just feels like a more natural experience than giving them money. Because like, what are you going to use the money for? You're Amish. Like, you can't even go to Walmart. So as much as you'd like to have Germany claim bread, no, but it's Europe. I think it's just in general the European approach to that stuff, like Central, Southern Europe, maybe Northern, everything but Eastern Europe. I've never been there, so I can't verify it, but I understand that it's very muddy there and harder to move the donkey carts and such. So Haxified, you'd asked, how are we planning to do cloud deployments? Are we going to use the provider APIs? Yeah. Yep. So we're gonna get we're gonna have some instructions for the user to go and provision a token or provision an account, and then take that information, stick it into the GUI here, and then the GUI is gonna one of two. We have to test the I guess curl. What does Node use to go speak to stuff? Is it like curl, or it just has a request engine, right? It just like dot request and go off and do it, or dot get or something. So we're gonna have to test that in Node, and if it's working, yeah, we'll just pipe those API commands off over the local connection from the Electron app. If that doesn't work, then we're gonna do the first option is that we're just going to stand up a VM in the client system that is just running like something ultra slim like Python that'll just be the API adapter, and then do the same thing with the Node thing where we talk to that, and then that little Python guy will go out and do the things it needs to do. The other option, the alternative, if that doesn't work, and the reason this wouldn't work, I don't know, but just backup plans, is we will stand up some very skinny web services based in like Python that'll handshake those things. That's my least favorite approach, because now we're having to secure a domain. We're going to have to, like make sure like that the logs are sanitized, so we're not accidentally like storing these keys. We probably want to sanitize as much as possible out of that stuff, like kind of like a VPN would do. Just leave the stuff in there for errors and whatnot. If worse comes to worse, you could get the users to make the VPs themselves. Well, no, that's project failure at that point. I think that's project failure. Like if they're telling them to make the VPN or the VMs themselves and saying plug in the SSH keys, I think at that point we don't have the thing we want. I'm pretty sure we can stand it up. I'm pretty sure we can turn it on for them. But it's going to be a matter of, can we do that across some Node.js client stream, or can we do it? Are we going to have the adapters that are already written be the things that do that? Because we already have adapters to do all these things. We have adapters to provision, to send build files over, to retrieve the catalog, to turn boxes off, to reboot boxes, to get statuses from boxes, the whole thing. All done. So, I mean, it might make, like I said, might make a lot of sense to extract that and put it in Node, but yeah. Our personas, Lewis, you've got it. The personas won't be happy. What would the personas think? Where are they? Where are our personas? What would they think? What would poor Pete think? Young Pete in his teens to 20s, interested in developing his career. What would he think? He'd probably be pretty angry about it. Alice here, she would just cash out. She'd be like, I don't want to be a developer anymore. I'm just going to be what I be. The person I'm basing Alice off of is like a stand-up comedian. So Alice would just back out and become a stand-up comedian. Like that would be it. Breg accepting a life of failure and dissatisfaction and disappointment would just go make the VM and be like, okay, I guess I'll go make the VM and give you my SSH key. Uh, I love it. Like, what would how would the persona be affected by this? If you had like buku bucks, like enough money, I think that's a Vietnamese swear. Dang it. Is that the thing? Marker. Gotta be careful with these swear words. If you had all the money in the world, how funny would it be as you're building a project to like hire people to be the personas just like in real time? They're actors. They're like trained Orwellian actors. Orwellian, is that a thing? Trained Shakespearean actors who just sit in the office and like you just run things by them. Okay, extra steps. So we can also add these extra steps to the process of building the environment in which your app runs. So again, this is probably a global thing. So one of the steps listed here is npm install. What does npm install do? I don't use npm very much. Is that like bundle install where it just sort of make sure your packages are up to date? Not up to date, but make sure your packages are available. You node guys, where are you? So it's something that you would run fairly consistently, right? Like it's like you spin the project onto a box, npm install. So npm install parses the package and package file and installs them. Okay, so it's kind of like in Rails how we have bundle install that does the same thing. It just looks at the gem file and then runs that thing. Okay. So this isn't the best for Alice, but it would make sense for the other two people. Let's see. In our thing here, did we have no, we didn't even have it. And it still worked fine. So I think we'll put it in there so it can be configured. But we're not going to go crazy and whatever. And whatever. And whatever. Just yada 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 through couple days of work. Yeah, yada yada yada. Those some things. I think like the biggest thing I want to be careful about when we're building this is not giving ourselves like the stupid work where we'd say something like, oh, if they said that they were using Rails, then we'll make sure that this also has a thing for bundle install, right? No, you've got to have at least some freaking competency. We're not gonna we can't hold your hand through everything in a V1. There's gonna be a couple things that you got to do yourself. Say bundle install. I have a limit. Okay, and the next thing is the file system watching and live reload. Many front-end development frameworks rely on a file system watcher that tells the OS when a file is modified and triggers some type of an event, usually a browser refresh. Nanobox includes a file watcher that is disabled by default. You can enable the file watcher for the duration of run using the fs_watch setting in your box file YAML. Is there any universe where you would need to file system watch anything outside of local? Yes, scanned our universe. Is there thank you. Is there any reason? Let's see. So Atom is Electron, right? No. Maybe. Did this spawn Electron? These things are commingled somehow. Why are you testing on production? You're like vimmed into the box. You're doing all the things that you shouldn't be doing. You're like vimmed in. You're just like, okay, I gotta do these changes real quick. Boss is watching me. Okay, so no would be the answer, right? I mean, this is a file system watcher. Atom is Electron. Yeah, they're like the same group of people, right? Like they were building Atom and they're like, oh, we figured out a way to do this pretty well. We'll call. If you have an, well, maybe we can add a thing that if you, as people are terminaled into the production machine, we'll keep track of the usage of things like Nano and Vim and be like, are you sure you want to do that? One of those like bonk. Are you sure that you want to be Vimming on the production server? Are you sure? Like, are you sure you didn't just want to like tail the file or something? Okay. There's other ways to look at that thing without hitting the button that could make it save. Yeah, if you need this, you're probably about to break something. Maybe it's like we just have this put on your big boy hat. Your big boy hat. I'm a big boy. You just you just put this on the screen and say, put on your big, this is the one. You put on your big boy hat because you're about to do some things that could break everything. And you're one or two keystrokes away from creating a Stack Overflow, like a recursive loop, which causes your EC2 instance to gobble up tens of thousands of times more resources than it's supposed to. Put your big boy hat out. We could ship a big boy hat out with every single. Sorry, I'm giggly. I hit the giggly moments. Emergency shut off key. You have to install a USB key that reverts everything. Big thing. It's got the switch flips open. You smack it. Okay. Now you can run Vim. Not your production box. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Back to this thing. We have everything because the file system launch, if it's going to take place in local, will make it a thing that you can mess around with in local. The guided and advanced setups will only exist for global setup. And this local thing, we're going to go back and extract a few things that would only take place in local and stick them here. And yeah, that's sort of the dealio. Because it's kind of cool when things are booleans, like they easily become checkboxes, right? Like little tick it on, tick it off thing. Yeah, super simple. I don't love the idea of doing it in two different areas, right? But the advanced tab is where you would live if you knew what you're doing, right? If you don't know what you're doing, you hit guided, and then you hit local, and you hit staging, and you hit production, whatever. Okay, taking a quick look at this, what do we need to kind of clean up with the design? Something needs to happen up here. Something. I don't know what, but I don't like. That's like floating way too much. Maybe just a color change. And then maybe like a little thing that hangs out underneath to reinforce the selection. I don't want to say it's like dark. It's like that. Yeah. That's what it is. And then like a little one of these guys. Yep. Maybe that's up inside the container, so we're not doing any magical negative positions when it comes to CSS. Yep. Okay. And let's do a little bit more. Well, let's knock this down. Let's try black. Ooh. That's the ticket. I just can't get over the big boy. The big boy. Are you a big boy? You ready? You're doing some stupid stuff right now. Like, how many times have you been in that situation though? Lots, right? Or you just like hit the button and you're like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but something's gotta change here. Something's got to kick in. I think these should be black. Boop. And that should be white. Boop. Oh, that's doing it. That's the one. Now, because of this, does everything move up a little bit? Just because we kind of got it to have its own little bar. Maybe move that up. No. Cool. Okay, so the advanced, let's do it, but it's simply just this. But you guys want to help me find some stuff? Eh? You want to do that? Because we get to pick a color theme for the text editor. That looks great. So we're looking for something that you can embed in the browser. I don't care what it is written in, you know, if possible, something that's like a little modern would be cool. Although we can make that look modern, something that's like not too heavy with the features. This is kind of nice. This little code highlight is kind of great. And if we could reuse this, ideally, what I would want to reuse this for is the what you call it, the log view. So if the same editor can show the logs coming off the server, I think it would just make a lot of sense. Or any terminals or anything like that, if we could kind of be cohesive. Does that make sense? So let's make sure. We're going to need to make sure it's got syntax highlighting built in for YAML. I mean, that's a big piece of this. So why are we? Okay. Is this telling me I should build my own syntax highlighting? You just lost me here, Ace. Come on, there must be. There we go. Lua highlight rules, HTML highlight rules. No, where are the? This is not what we're doing. Whoa, what was that? What is this website even doing? What? Okay, so it comes with themes. Great. You can't see any of them, but it comes with them, and it has Dracula. Too much jQuery animate. I want my whole website built in jQuery. Thanks. Yeah, so let me just, as long as we can say like, yes, there is a syntax highlight for YAML, I think this is probably good to go. I am lost. Hold on. Syntax. Like, let's look at the GitHub repo. Oh, it's because it's by the Ajax org. That's why we're seeing jQuery everywhere. You have to keep doing it. Okay, so it'd be in lib. the themes are. Where did they have these things? I swear I just saw lib in there as the holder for these guys. Lib oop. Oh, they're not. Maybe they're not included. Experiments. That doesn't sound good. So is this like really what they're doing? No. Why would you build an editor like this where you have to roll your own syntax highlighting? I feel like what's separating this from a just a text field? Oh, geez, right there. Okay, so syntax highlighting for over 120 languages, and you can just straight import Sublime or TextMate language files. That's awesome. That's it. All right, so you liked Gand, you liked Dracula. Isn't Badger mostly built with jQuery? No. It's not. We use it sparingly. It's mostly built with a framework that we rolled ourselves. Okay, I can see this one working. I know it sounds stupid, but is there anywhere where we can see this online? Why is there a website just for Monokai? Ah, there we go. So we're going to paste in some YAML and then see how it looks. My editor of choice for doing what I do nowadays is Sublime Text. I think it's simple. Whoa, what is this? Get it in there. Come on. Really? Really? Can't adjust this. Dang it. Oh, there's... But YAML's not listed. There we go. So what is this the most like? Python? Maybe Ruby? Oh, that looks good. That's Dracula. That was a great suggestion. And that was a really good suggestion, man. It's right on. It's pretty much on point. I don't know why random things are going the different colors. I think it's because it's trying to parse it like it's Ruby code, which is just what I think is probably the closest thing to YAML that we might get. I don't think anything in this list though is gonna give us a one-to-one. Perl. Who is still writing Perl? That looks really good though. So yeah, I wonder if I could just how easy is it to change a theme inside of here? So I'm in Boxy tomorrow, Sublime. Okay. What just happened? no, whatever. No, oh no, it's gone. Epoxy. There we go. So it's pretty easy to change that theme. So why don't we just grab the theme and install it? That way we can take a screenshot and all that. What? Is it just not there? But I just installed it. What the heck? Yeah. Oh, you want the one with the C, not the K? I'm sorry, man. That one with the K looked good. That's the one. You might have had a different thing in mind, but once I saw that, I was sold. I don't think there is a... Oh, there is a Drac with a C. Huh. Maybe it'll be similar. I wonder, like, does it maybe just not recognize itself as a theme? Because maybe it never got updated for Sublime Text 3. Because I can't get it to load. Oh, color scheme. So we do color scheme. So okay, let's see. This is the one. I'm not digging that, man. That's the with the K. That's with the C. I don't know. I like that. Whatever that was with the blues. It's all blues, man. It's all blue all the way down. That's really pretty. I don't think that's good because it's like the contrast is bad, but that Mariana, that's very pretty. So really don't have like enough options here. We could use that, sure. Why don't we pencil that guy in? We'll use Dracula. Just gonna grab a shot of this because we're definitely not gonna go through and like set that up inside of what do you call it? We're not gonna set that up inside of Illustrator. It's Darkula, guys. Come on. Is Darkula? Oh, that's Darkula right there. Which one do you want? Do you want this one? Why don't you just paste me a link to the one you're thinking of? Like, come on, man. Why don't you just tell me the movie you'd like to go see? So I'm just checking. Looks like the fonts are about the right size. The background color, I mean, we can adjust it. Yeah, that works. Let me just snip this guy down. in there for lines. Okay, so we need to get a another artboard now to kind of work through the advanced guy. Eventually, we're gonna have like a bunch of these artboards. I think probably for a UI design run like this, maybe like 20, 30, but maybe a lot less too. I gotta be careful because I don't want to get too deep into the like nitty gritty of these things. Hey, liking you. So you have a phone interview with Costco next week. Any tips for phone internship for phone internships? An IT internship. But is it a phone internship? I'm confused. First of all, calm those nerves down. Any of those jitters might give the job to somebody else. Somebody who understands the difference between a phone job and a real job. You'll be fine, man. You'll be fine. Just be yourself. Make sure you always answer the question being asked to you. Don't don't go off on like, I don't know, don't try to impress them with your answer. Tell a story with your answer, but just be polite. It's an internship, so they'll likely just be evaluating to make sure you're like sane and you're reasonably put together in terms of communication. But the bar for internships is not very high. Don't sweat it. Like, there's plenty of other internships. If you don't get that one, you'll do fine. Just play it cool. It's not a first date. It's literally like they want you. Just keep that in mind. They want you. You want to work there too, but they want you more than you want them. No problem. You'll do good. What is Y Industries? What do you like? Noah's over here like Mandalay Industries, George Costanza. You can come work with me at Internet University. It's unpaid, and you have to pay thing. You have to pay the bills. What is this from, man? What is that? I think you mentioned this to me before, and I completely forgot what the reference is now. But how did I get started with all this stuff? Well, I was what you'd call a super geek when I was a kid, and dude, I've been making websites since I was since I had that AOL disk. If you remember, it was a magnetic media that used to come in packages, physical. You had to hold it in your hand. You could open it up, put that disk in, and then you had the internet. And I've been making websites since probably the early 90s. And I just like it. I think it's fun. Like, some people create stuff, with wood and metal. I create it with code. So I've been doing it forever, and it's been the way I've made money and all that kind of crap for a long time, like 20 years. Yeah, you remember the sound of dial-up? What? Your mom would pick up the phone, and you'd hear her on there, like, "Mom, I'm trying to get on the internet." She's screaming. There was a time when the internet was billed to you two ways, right? You had your phone bill for making the phone call, because this is before the days of phones that didn't have those unlimited packages and things of that nature. And then the second way is they would bill you like per hour. You've been online for 10 hours. That's you get the first 10 hours free, but after that it's gonna cost you. Is this a little scary that I can't remove this box? Where is this box? It doesn't exist. Usually you get a little blue line around it or whatever, but that one's gone. Before we get too far, I think this is when you work in Illustrator, you have layers, right? Layers work a lot differently in Illustrator than they work in like Photoshop. So you basically use layers as namespace. So it's now turned red. We'll make it blue again, but just gonna separate that out. And we'll label this as like configuration. Oh, wait, there we go, light blue. Where is that coming from? We've got to see the source code. Oop. Yeah, it's a good career. It's a great career, man, to pursue. I wish you all the luck with it, because I think as much as people think it's like a competitive space, there are plenty of jobs. And there will continue to be plenty of jobs in this space. Right up until like the AI takes over. Do I want to delete all that? Probably not. Probably want to leave like that much. So Kranos. The gist is we are putting a really, really, really simple to use GUI on top of a CLI. Oh, 100% is going to get confused with it. Yes. Our name is going to get confused with Make America Great Again. If we're lucky, Trump will just sue us. That's the hope. What's going on with you, Illustrator? Illustrator is not, it's no bueno. It does not want anything to do with selecting a color out of an image. Look at that. It's like, I'll just go transparent. So, I mean, it sounds silly, but that in fact was like a consideration when we were working on this, like the name of it and the branding. We have other names we could call it, but I own maga.io. I want to use it. I've been having this funny joke. It was the last time we had streamed. We had this as a running joke, right? Like it was the framework that we had worked out for what do you call it? For Badger had the MAGA framework, you know. I need that color, and I am not figuring out how to get it. I have an iteration that is almost like that. Oh, it's up in the background. How is there like? Am I missing something? Like, why can't is eyedropper that thing? Point sample. Yeah, just pick it up. Give it. This is a just $20 billion application. They couldn't figure out that people might want to eyedropper images. So yeah, I have a version of this logo that's like this that we could use. But I think now we're venturing into Donald Trump might get angry territory. Just a maybe. I don't know. I don't think he'll ever even know about this thing, to be perfectly honest. I think this is gonna like kill the screen for 1 second. Sorry, guys. Can I eyedropper it out of this thing? Is that about? Can somebody just eyedropper the stream at this point? I just need the hex code. Why don't? This is the point we're at. Because if not, I gotta open up Photoshop. There, Photoshop. Is Illustrator better for UI design compared to Adobe XD and Photoshop? Yes, without a doubt, it's better. Kranos. Illustrator is the UI. Well, I would say Illustrator is the interface design tool, without question. And the more they develop Illustrator, the more this becomes apparent. Photoshop, not as much. You know, it's really not as much. XD is more of like your rapid prototyping tool. Like, in my opinion, I think it's like, it's a quick way to get some stuff done. It's good if you're like building more like templated design, but I think if you're straight like building your like experimental interfaces, you're gonna need to do that in something else like Illustrator. What features do I like? So the web is built in vector, and Illustrator is a vector tool. Everything else is sort of secondary. Guys, I shouldn't have had you eyedropper. So the color that comes from my stream to you guys is different than what I see. The color compresses across the stream into color space. It like removes some of the bits out of the color, some of the depth. I don't know how to fix it. If anybody knows how to fix it, tell me. Because that's the thing. I could send you a link right now with the design, and it's going to look different. Did I finish my Trello-like app? The Trello app being like the thing that worked on Trello? Or the task management app? Which one? The task manager one? Nope. It got very close. Like, we were a few days away from launching. And that was like about a year and a couple months ago. Yeah, it was a good stream. We're like kind of in the process of trying to see if I can like rehost those streams. I think when we finish up with MAGA here, we'll probably go and launch Badger, just because it's in such good shape. Like, the code is very easy to read. Just let me take my word for it. It's in good shape. Like, it's easy to read, easy to maintain. The services are fairly robust. Other than a couple of things that might come up, it's good to go. Like, it's in a launch state. What we were waiting for was like a landing page and figure out monetization, and I think I might just take the monetization away from that. Why? You know, I'm at the point where I'm like, yeah, I'd just rather people use it. Like, I don't need to figure out how to sell that to businesses or anything like that. We need a way to save this, right? We wouldn't want to just like have you edit this thing, and like everything needs a save commit. So I think if you did Control S, it would save or something, but maybe a little, like a box up here that says save, or would it be a box underneath it that would say save? Figure it out in a second. This has definitely got to get highlighted somehow. For the editor, so Haxified, I don't think We're gonna do that, man. I think that you're in pro mode. Just let it be in pro mode. If you want that intelligent, easy to use thing, you back up and use it in this other mode. Okay, so the save. I mean, I'm just worried if we stick it up here, people will miss it. I'm worried if it's underneath it too that people will miss it though. But I feel like underneath is where naturally that would sort of live. I think Kranos said he had an idea for creating a WYSIWYG for Angular React. Dude, I think WYSIWYGs are I don't know. I think they're probably the hardest thing you can make. They've got to be, because like you make a decision that you're gonna restrict features, and it's not gonna do as much as like a power user could do, or you make the decision that you're gonna support all these different things, and now you've got this like monster project on your hands because you're supporting everything from the basic people to the power users. You know, there's companies I've seen with good funding, like proper money, that have WYSIWYG tools built into their thing, and they suck. So if they have proper money and their tool sucks, it just makes me think like, oh, it's a problem. It's like probably a real hard thing to get right. You're joking. So different stream qualities have different color compression. I guess that makes sense. It's probably like a cheap way to get some of the some more bandwidth, right? Is like, or make your bandwidth go a little bit further. Is to just say like, oh yeah, just drop the color. Like nobody's gonna notice it. Just drop the color down a little bit. And for the most, like, why would you notice it? Why would you care if you're watching like Fortnite? You don't care. We have got to go through and get some better green, better colors, better secondary colors figured out. This as a mobile application would be very cool. Yeah. I don't know if that's impossible, man. We could look into it. So what's the how hard would it be to port Electron to Android? And no, we're not going to use React Native. Somebody's going to bring it up. I'm preemptively saying no. Vue native. Yeah, so yeah, right? Couldn't we just... Well, the thing is, Electron is going to bundle in a lot of tools. So, you know what? I bet you can't. I genuinely bet you can't port Electron over to Android without rewriting a lot of stuff. In fact, I think you'd have to rewrite architecture, because you'd have two separate tools. You'd have like, why... First of all, could you imagine if you're just like, nah, I got this thing that deploys to local. I got my whole website on my phone. And you're like, what? And you're like, yeah, I'm developing my website right now. Like, that would be game changing, first of all. Second of all, the phone would explode. So I don't think we should have that as an option. So really the phone would become like what? Like a maintenance tunnel or a statistics tunnel for these apps. Right, so maybe that's as far as you go with it. There's a app that's that Linus text tip, Linux tech text tip, Linus tech tips. There we go. That they advertise a lot, where it's like you install an agent on your computer, right? And then it like relays it to the phone, right? So you can see like, oh, my computer's hot. It's called Glasswire. Yeah. Something like this, right? It's like, it's just an observation tool though. And for somebody, who's a web developer, designer, whatever, how important is that going to be? I guess is the big question. Maybe very important. You don't know. Maybe it's something that would just give them peace of mind. I don't know. Whatever the tool is, there's a tool that's advertised on Linus. I think the problem is the start of the word. Linus Text Tips. That it just basically just feeds out information from a computer. It's the same thing. I think that would make it's like I saw it the other night and I'm like, oh, that's it. Like if we wanted to have MAGA do anything on a phone, that's the thing we want to do. We want it to just be this little skinny thing that says like your servers are on. They're costing you this much money a month, Are you sure that's how it's pronounced? Is that the British way to pronounce it? Lanus? Wait a second. No. That's the French way to say butthole. That's the anus. Okay, that's good enough for me right now. I think that, I think that's good. So if we just do a couple of thinks, some little tiny thinks here. I don't think we need to go and develop screens for local staging and production as designs. We're going to develop them as text, because all the things that you would need to figure this out are probably either here or here, or here. So let's just walk through what would happen in these local deployments different, or the local settings. I think for local settings, you're probably going to have the folder that the project will live in. Possibly a way to move it to a new folder. Environmental variables, which will look just like those things that we did in the guided setup. FS watch switch to switch FS watch on or off. Dev packages, which only exist there. And envars. So how much do we use evars in local? Quite a bit, right? It's like your best practice kind of thing to just like get in the habit of pulling evars, because you're going to set an evar in your code, because you guys you understand, like in your code you can write like get an environmental variable, which is something that lives on a server, and that way you don't have to write it in a file anymore, so it never ends up like in your GitHub repos. So I guess each one of these is going to have those env vars as config, because I think that's what they are. I think that they're part of your config. You don't really go in and mess with them too much once they're there, but that'll hold things like some evars that make a lot of sense are like, you can set tell it what environment it's in. You can say, I'm a staging server, I'm a production server, I'm a local server. Yeah. So those will be separate for each thing. Now, do staging servers have any, or do the deployed servers have any services that need to take, like, that could take precedence, things that like they need to do or be configured for that would happen at this level? And I don't know if we call this configuration. Configuration might be the wrong word for this. This might be more like setup, because you're only really going to hit this once. So I'm going to change that right here, and hopefully this doesn't crash. Good. So probably need a way to start and stop. Yeah, that'll be, I think, in launch controls, Noah. I think we're going to have launch controls be sort of where the start stop of components would take place. But now it's kind of blurring because I don't know. Would you have there's probably a way to consolidate this. And I don't want to make a mistake here because I think unconsolidating it in the future will be hard. Yeah. We'll see. Why am I typing this and all of these things? Do you like the idea of a play and stop button next to local on the far left menu? Is there any other way to do it? The problem I think with play and, well, I guess you'll have that little green thing, right? You'll have this little guy. That's the indication of status. The problem, what I don't like about play and pause buttons or play and stop buttons is a stop button just is a square. So it's not the best indication of anything. The play button is an arrow, which again is not the best indication of anything. Usually I will try to avoid that as much as I can and literally use words that say start or stop. I like this idea though. That's smart. That might be a way to buy us the removal of an entire menu item, right? So what could we do? It's almost like saying, what are the other words for this? Bring the server up, bring it down, restart it. So that's something you might do a lot when you're coding, is to do a quick cycle, like a really quick cycle. That's actually very common, right? And that's, if we have something like a cycle, that can indicate, like we could rotate the thing to indicate it's coming online or something like that. So how could we do the same thing but with start stop? So bring it up, bring it down. Should we go verbose and just say like turn off? We could draw a light switch in. Nice vector light switch. You flip it. No. I mean, like, to me, where I would put this button is I'd stick it here, but nobody's going to know it. Nobody's going to realize it's right there. I think something like a cycle, you can easily have it like be a thing and all, like the little highlight, and it says what it does. Because you kind of think of like if you have Discord or something like that, you can hover a thing and then it will tell you like right there what it does. Oh, that's tiny, but you can get the idea. So you can just get away with these icons. You know what, Noah, maybe you're right, man. Maybe it is just icons. And then you just throw that there to tell people what they do. You can do it like virtual machine. VirtualBox. I don't know if I have that open. Let me check. So yeah, they do the power state, because that circle, that's an incomplete circuit. That's what the I stands for in there. So VMware does it like that. We can take a look. I don't mind looking. What if it's a power cord that you have to drag out and then drag it back in? Make a little SVG power cord. Okay, so that's got that pause up there. I don't mind doing it, like the play pause. I think that it's at that size, it kind of, I don't love it. We already have another thing right here that's like a play button too. Crap. Okay, let's get the one in. So I think that little cycle idea to do a quick cycle makes a lot of sense. I do that all the time. Like how many, like you're developing and you notice it doesn't work, so you hit that button, right? Or you go into your terminal, you kill the terminal, bring the box right back up. I hate those. If you're talking about a left-right switch, I hate them. Yeah, I hate them. It's really hard to, you know. They might work though. That really might work. I don't particularly like that pattern. Let's try it. There's a reason. The reason I don't like those is because I don't think they show state very well. I don't think that there's like cohesive. If it's to the left, it's off. If it's to the right, it's on. That's not like, that is not an archetype inside of your brain. You have nothing else in your entire life that left means off and right means on. You know, so I think that that's the problem with them. They're not very natural from they're not like built in. People have to learn them. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Yeah, I want the refresh symbol. Yep. It's somewhere in here. We're playing Find the Icon. This familiar game. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. I don't know where. We don't want whatever that is, but it's close. Why is dig in here? Is anybody really putting dig on anything anymore? Dig. Dig is like the case study in why you don't mess around with user interface. Where is it? Third row, 60% in. Third content row? Third. Ah, haha. Ooh, do we want that one or that one? That one or that one? That one or this one? I'll take both. Oh, it's so tiny. So it's going to have to be a bit bigger to be legible. That's fine. And we know that those are always going to be fairly... I think that one means something else. They're going to be like... These are always going to be called local. So we'll have all this space to play with. And we probably want to give it some space away from this guy, which is the view the box, right? If you hit one of these buttons, you're doing something destructive in a sense. Like it's going to turn the server off, or it's going to turn it on, or something. You know, something's going to happen. Something significant's about to happen. I don't want to go color crazy on these, so let me just try to find something. Let's try white. Let's go 50%. And we don't want it all the way over there because a button, like, although that button is that big, it's going to have a box like that big. So maybe there. So that'll restart my box. And go over the same amount of space. And this will bring the box up or down. And I will try this because just because I don't like something doesn't mean it's the wrong thing. So let's say this is a turned on box. It's a turned on box. Whew, family friendly. I do not know what astute graphics means. Sorry. Maybe. No, I've never heard of it. What does it do? Be curious. You know what? I think we go power button the other way. Oh. Okay, hold up. It's like this question like, do you need to see this, or do we just like make a call and say no on the local? You just like, you don't need that, so we get rid of it for you. Astute graphics. I can't really click on that unless. Is it safe to click on? Does it? Twitch has gotten very particular about content and such, so I'm like a little. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay, that could work. Go a little bit brighter on this guy. Safe, okay. Look at this guy with the plug-in, the horn. If I can just draw the, wow, could your head, the head is so small. Like, okay, so what does this do? Okay, you can make clouds and hearts and teardrop shapes. Guys with guns, bald guys with guns, G's. That's the first letter of my name, and we're a quarter of the way there. You can make oscilloscopes, baseball team logos, S's. You can spiral things. Ooh. Measure things. That's cool. Make a light bulb. Make ice cream sprinkles. Put helmets on people. Change colors. Make circles. Fix things. Sideways text. Whiskey bottles. Rose petals. Ooh, that was incredible. That was Mandela. You can make bottles, bottle reflections. You can cross stitch bunnies, make cherries, put vector circles on things, make comic book arts, make more sports team logos, gear shaped logos. Possibly make this video. It's interesting. I'm not an illustrator like that though. I don't really use this stuff. I don't really do that kind of stuff. That looks super valuable for people who use Illustrator, like artists for sure. That's really pretty, this design, but that's not what this is about. This is about making it so you can print stuff. Oh, and it's nominated by Aaron Draplin here, who I've never heard of before, but is everywhere now. I've never heard of this guy, and now he's everywhere. Who, I'm not going to talk about him because we might find some weird stuff, but I've never heard. It's so weird. I've seen that guy, like, he's selling out. Not in a bad way, though. He's just making money from doing stuff other than designing, I guess, which is great. It's the dream. So it's $120 a year for these plugins. Why do you need these to update? So basically every year you've got to pay that because it's probably going to be like, oh, it doesn't work with Illustrator 2021. I've never heard of Draplin. No. Why should I know who he is? Like, I saw a video on LinkedIn of him doing something, and I'm like, that's interesting. Like, I didn't think it was the best logo or the worst logo. I don't know. I don't know. So his stuff is like just sort of trendy and in style now. So he's getting some attention, which makes sense. always thought we were supposed to pay attention to the people who had the timeless style that wasn't based in trends, such as this logo. It will be beautiful forever. That's going to be beautiful forever because we stole it from NASA. And people will always remember NASA and then see our logo and say, oh, that reminds me of a time when we used to send people to the moon. We used to do ambitious things as a country. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it has to be your whole shtick as a designer, like especially an identity designer. Your whole shtick has to be timeless. It always has to be. That's how you sell clients. That's how you like get them to pay you $200,000 to make a couple business cards. And yeah. All right, so that looks good. I'm gonna put that on the other design real quick because we're doing this the dumb way, and I'm gonna show you guys how to do this the non-dumb way. If you're doing a lot of stuff in Illustrator, I'll show you this real cool trick. But I'm gonna show you guys that when I get back from my break. But it's super cool. So you can kind of set Illustrator up. I think somebody had, what do you call it? Like somebody had asked why Illustrator was a good tool for web design. I'm going to show you because this isn't the only tool that does this, but it was one of the first tools that did this next thing I'm going to show you, where basically you can build your site or your Illustrator file out sort of like a website, sort of like the reason why PHP took off versus HTML, why you would build a PHP site before there was a lot of like CMSs and stuff, is because PHP had things like includes, which could cut down a lot of time. So Illustrator does the same thing. I'll show you guys how to do that when I get back. And just to address the stealing the logo thing, the logo was created for the U.S. government. So the U.S. government, anything that's done in government work when it comes to design is considered public domain. They don't enforce trademark on it. They don't go after you. Basically, the thought is that like your tax dollars paid for it. So you can take like the current NASA logo, the meatball. You can take that and you can like stick it on a t-shirt. And they can't do anything about it. That's why like you can find all these different places that just throw the NASA logo onto t-shirts. And officially licensed. Okay, officially licensed. But you can find all these places and NASA doesn't get $1 from this or anything like that because it's public domain. They might say it's officially licensed, but nobody cares. It's not like Kim Kardashian where you can't put like her face on there or Nike logo or something like that. It's totally different. So you can stick the MAGA logo on a t-shirt, or is it now yours? So Lewis, good question. So what we've done is we've created what would be a protected derivative work. So we took something that was in the public domain, we altered it and made it our own, and now it's a protected derivative work. We just have to file a trademark on it. We'd have to do the copyright filing process and stuff like that, which we're not really going to do. But it is considered a protected derivative work. It's kind of funny, right? Like, cause there's you can do that with like the Nike logo. You could alter that to a point and call it like bikey, which would just be the word bike. But you could do that and then it would essentially be yours because you've created a parody of it. And just because it's a parody, it doesn't mean it's devoid of protection. Doesn't work like that. But I think where I draw the line, FYI, with the MAGA stuff is like, we are not going to do a hat that is red that looks like you could purchase it from like a mall kiosk that says like make applications great again with a flag on the side. We're not going to go that far with it. In fact, I wanted to make sure we didn't have, other than the 4 letters, any connection. Maybe the 4 letters in the like the coloring or something like that, but the coloring is different. That's from NASA. Other than those 4 letters, MAGA, I want 0 connection to that political campaign, or whatever that is, that movement or that thought. But I do want it there. You get what I'm saying? Like I want it a little bit, but not. I don't want people to say like, walk down the street in a hat that says "Make Applications Great Again." Somebody takes a quick look at you, thinks it says "Make America Great Again," and punches you in the nose, because I feel like that's something that happens nowadays. There was somebody who got beat up that was wearing a hat that said something similar. Like it was a parody hat, and they got smacked in the face. So it's silly, but that's sort of my thought with it. But I think if you guys want to help me out, I have a friend of mine who's looking into merch, and he hasn't gotten back to me yet, so we're not talking until next week. I really want to do merch. I really want hats. I don't care if we make I don't want to make any money on them at all. It'd be like, if we can, we could do them at cost, like whatever it is. Because I think I would wear a hat right now if it said MAGA right across the bill in that NASA font. I would wear that 100%. 100%. We have the whole, like, I have this style guide in the other room that before suit. I have this printed, and so this is the 1976 manual that went out with the new NASA stuff, right? So you can go through this and you see, like, although you don't do this. That's what this is. That is the don't do it page. But you can see, like, further down here, apparel application. And I would be totally comfortable getting you guys, like, the ability to get those. I'm going to keep looking. Oh, yes, please. I'm sure President Trump has nothing happening right now that demands his attention, and he would be more than happy to come after me. Nothing else is happening. So, like, that's how it looks on signs, so you can sort of understand that moving into, like, I don't think they have business cards in here, but you could see it kind of like as a business card. We can make stickers for the side of your car. What year were these cars from? They look like something that, like, if you drove it into a lake, it would have a propeller that would come out. And but they do have apparel somewhere in here. If you have one of these creepy vans or a bus, it just looks so good. I think that was I'm so disappointed they ever stopped using this. It looks so good. Like, that is, like, that on the space shuttle, like that, it's perfect. Anyways, where are the shirts? There we go. So I think if we can find a company that can do embroidery, like, we can make these little patches or stickers. I think we're almost always going to want to have it say, "Make Applications Great Again" underneath. So you can quickly kill the argument that, but I think we can make these little embroidered patches. That can't be that hard. They can't be that expensive. I mean, you can pick these up, like, from another company or something like that, like, that's trying to make money off it. It's like $4, right? $5. Not another fitness app. That is a great name. Who came up with that? NAFA? Davies, I 100% agree. It's basically criminal. The fact that they went from this thing, which I understand. I've read through this guide. Like I said, I have this. I've read through it. I understand it's hard to work with. I get it. Like, that's not an easy logo to rag with, right? Like, look at that. It's hard to cut it into a page. I get it. It's difficult. Some of the things they came up with, some of the systems they came up with further up here to do slug words, to make NASA. So it's NASA is the root word, and this is your stem word, your root and your stem. This is not probably the best way to work with it. It probably doesn't work well like this. Here's another version. Like, it doesn't work great because they didn't resolve everything with the logo. It doesn't matter. It looks like the future. It will always look like, it's one of those things. It always is going to look like the future. Always. It's beautiful. And what they did is they went to this thing, which looks like everything you're not supposed to do in a logo. I mean, what is this? Like, constellations? Like, what is this? What is that? What is this? Like, what are these things? It's the it looks so bad. I think that this logo is from, like, the 1940s or 50s, like right when the organization was put together. Like, I just think, Why? Why would you do this? Let's make that the size of a quarter. It's going to look horrible. It's from a kid's logo design company. Little Timmy put it together. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, you got this orbiting thing. Whatever. I just don't know. I mean, the constellations. I mean, there's like Orion's belt, maybe. I don't know. This would be the logo that, like, if you were in design school and you put this up, like, you would get kicked out of design school. They just kick you right out. They'd say, look, you obviously didn't learn anything here. Get out. You want to have blue background and another color, red on top of that. You got this orbiting thing. You got star systems, and then some of the they're different sizes. They're all different sizes. Some of them are twinkling. Like, that's very twinkling. There's another level of twinkle underneath this initial starburst. I just can't even understand. I can't understand it. Yeah, why not just do that? Why not just take a picture of space, slap NASA on top of it? Just take a picture of space. Take a picture of the moon, slap NASA onto it. That's your logo. Just look at this. This is like for real. You could go there and see a 3-dimensional version of this sign. Jeez, a globe version of this design exists somewhere. It's just can't even. Look at the patches. So this is like the best they could do. This is an authentic NASA meatball space emblem patch. That's what it looks like. That looks horrible. What does like the ESA look like? Yeah, right? Like, it's not great because it's not, just not, but it's better. Right? No, they did the same thing. What are we going to put on the logo? How about some radial lines? The NASA logo has red thing that goes like this. So why don't we just use a yellow thing that goes like that? We'll put a star at the end. But it still doesn't look like space. Slap an astronaut onto it. Just slap that astronaut right onto the side. And I want him kind of doing this pose. That one. Have him doing that pose. Slap him on the... That horrible. Why would they... Who designs these space logos? Does anybody have a worse logo than the space? Like, this is supposed to be the most innovative thing that we do. We're blasting people away from the planet. In the history of the planet, this has never happened. And this is the logos we're getting. Is there like a Russian space agency logo? Who got this right? Is everybody just doing it bad? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this thing. That looks great. That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. Simple. Like, it's got the whatever this thing is. I think that the Delta or whatever that is, whatever that guy is, I think that's actually a thing. Like, it's a symbol that's been used for a long time to denote like flight or something. And the NASA logo turned it into whatever that is. Look at that Chinese one. Ooh, China National Space logo. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that thing. I don't think America is going to be the one to do it. I think if we're going basically just on logos, China is going to be the country that runs the whole world and takes us into the universe just based on logos alone. Look at that thing. Gorgeous. That's beautiful. I don't know why, but that's it. That's the one. You idiots. Look at space. Just 2 more. SpaceX. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Looks crappy on a patch. What's the Bezos' company? Blue Alien? No. Bezos. Blue Origin. Couldn't call it Blue Alien because that would be too. What? This is a logo? There's no way that's a logo. There's no way. It's totally their logo. They're slapping that in the side of rockets. No. No, really? Oh, really? They're wrapping these things like it's some lady trying to make a side hustle, wrapping her Buick Century with like the Chick-fil-A logo. Or like a picture of the McDonald's playground. Just slap it on the side of my car and off we go. Really? A feather? Because that's going to make sense to, you know, the Klingons or whatever we're going to go find out there. A feather? They're going to see that, and that's going to end up being like the symbol for, I don't know, surrender or something like that. And that NASA logo, let me tell you, that was designed, that's gorgeous. That black and white, the red, gorgeous. No. Jeff Bezos, you have so much money, dude. Please just pay somebody. Pay everybody. You have so much money. Just get like 1,000 top logo designers to figure out. Get that guy that we were talking about earlier. Figure this out. Because that's unacceptable. That's 100% unacceptable. That's like a $100 million machine that's been graffitied like a train car sitting in a Seattle or something like that. Unreal. The SpaceX ones don't look great either, but they look a lot better than that thing. Unreal. Italian Space Agency, let me just check that. ASI logo? I'm in the middle on this. So I think Italian design is different than our design. I don't think it's great. They're like, add the filter, the Photoshop plugins that, you know, I want it to look like it's glass and beveled to hit the buttons. I would have my kid put it together. So it looks like that's the cleaned up version. It's not the worst thing ever. That seems actually pretty neat. Like, I don't like the background of it too much, but it's better. It's better. Like, definitely better than our crap. Unreal, though. I can't believe... I just can't believe it. We could make a killing just doing our own space logos. So is there any other ones to look at? Lockheed Martin. Yeah, I guess Lockheed. But they're different, right? Lockheed is... They're like a big company, man, and they want to be as generic as possible with this stuff. You know, that might be those vectors, right? Those little shapes that are showing, like, they're indicated. Again, I think that's like an archetypal shape. Like, they're indicating flight. They probably have been used for a really long time, like, somewhere. They're probably the genesis of this is probably like on maps or something. They would use a shape like that to say that's an airplane, you know, or it's like maybe off of a radar or something, you know. There's something that's definitely hitting into something. You see it everywhere. Take a look at Boeing really quick. Oh, Boeing doesn't even try to get around it. They're like, here's the B-2 that we make. You've seen this. And that's Saturn, because Saturn being the god that, or the planet which most likely aligns with Lucifer, because we're Boeing and that's the closest thing to us. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a pretty logo though too. It's just simple. It's simple, powerful, like timeless. So they've had that since 1997. Oh, because they had to change it. They merged in. There was this period in the 1930s where all the logos looked like that. It was a weird period. They would just, yeah, they just all came out like in these, I don't know, like artwork. That's a weird first logo though. Boeing. It's like an arrow hitting a dove. This is the Jeff Bezos Blue Origin logo right now. It's at this stage. So so the next step is we should assume it something like this. This is Blue Origin, and then Blue Origin in cursive, and then a picture of the globe, and then an acceptable logo. So if it's moving through the stages. Hey DQ, what's up, man? Yeah, it's been a while. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break, and when I get back, we'll show you that trick that we're gonna do to make sure that we're not redoing work constantly in Illustrator, and so that like our workflows can move a bit quicker. We can go back and adjust things in one place and have it permeate through the rest of the project. So I'll hit that. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hope you guys stick around. Also, real quick, here's the project if you're trying to get caught up, and here's the Discord if you want to come hang out. But you can just catch up on the project either there, or you can smack pause and go watch the highlights or whatever, the VODs from the other day where we kind of deep dove into what we're working on. But yeah, I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. See you guys soon. Well, I hope everybody's having like a good Friday night. Just realized it was Friday. So if we get into like this next little thing, this is probably like one of the biggest features that, in my opinion, that most people don't use or don't know about in Illustrator. So Illustrator is like I think is a great tool for UI. And one of the things that really turned me on to it early on was, and I know other tools will do this, was this ability to create design components which are reusable. And you just sort of like drag and drop in your design component as you're working. And you can then go and edit that design component and change it across all your different screens. So we're going to take this and sort of break it up for components really quick. Let's say, I think this sidebar, we'll say this whole sidebar is a thing that we're not going to really mess around with. So we'll just select this whole piece. And I think it might include like a frame around it. So we'll grab the frame too. Yep, so included that frame. So we'll grab the logo and we'll grab that little drop shadow. Probably not going to change that little thing in the background. Probably not going to change that add. Then we got these shapes here. So you take all these with it all selected. Then you tap F8 and it'll just give you this dialog to create a new symbol. And this is left over from a long time ago. I don't know if they're ever going to update this interface, but you have like these little options you can select here. You want the registration to be top left because that'll say when you're aligning it on a grid, that's where the grid point's going to be. It's going to be in the top left, just like on the web. You're going to want to make it, I think, a movie clip or graphic won't matter. So we're just going to leave it as a movie clip. This is left over from Flash. This is something that you would set up in Flash, and it would create these little instance types. And typically, movie clips would have, timeline animation, graphics would be static. So we're just going to call this the outer frame. The 9-slice scaling is something you could still use. We're not going to use it for this, but 9-slice scaling, it sets up a grid with 9 pieces. So it's just like imagine like a hash symbol. It puts that grid down. And when you would like put things into the corners of the hash symbol, they would never resize. The thing in the center would resize and stretch. Or like the top bar, the bottom bar, the left bar, the right bar, those would stretch, but the corners wouldn't. And it's an easy way to sort of like make a component that resizes really quickly. We're not going to do that. We're just going to do this thing. Yeah, and you can see right here, movie clip and graphic are tags for Flash import. No difference between these two symbols in Illustrator, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know what the symbol type dynamic static means. I'm sorry. So we'll just keep it as a default static dynamic. Hit OK. Can't contain a linked image. Okay, we'll take it out. Boop. Same thing. Make sure it's top left. Hit OK. And you can see it sort of like did a thing. And what we have now is this big group of graphics. Just like that. You can move it around. So what we can do over here now is delete all the graphics that's going to replace. Boop. Just like that. It's going to replace that. And it's going to replace those 3 little bars, buttons up here. Now we're just going to make sure too that this is on the right artboard. Yep, it is. And then over in your toolbars over here, there's usually one for symbols. Gotta find it. What would an icon for a symbol be? Not any of those. Okay, so we could take that and then we'll just tuck it in next to the swatches like that. It's going to come with all these like pre-built symbols. You just take those and delete them. Those are just like your sample, like show you how it works things. Okay, then we take the outer frame here and just smack it in. Look at that, just like that. We have this component. Boop. Stick it here. Tell it to align because like it's on that pixel grid, so we just align it 0, 0. And now you could do like edits to this. Like I could go in and change things, and the changes will persist. Dude, we lost that thing, didn't we? Oh no, we lost the. How did we lose the corner pieces here? They didn't go with it. Oh no. Oh, how did we? I screwed that up. Or are they there, but they're. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to Control Z some things. Did we only do it on the one side? Yeah, that should have been the one that we were basing this off of. Should have been this side. So there it is. It's all there. So we'll just do that. So much for a tutorial. Things go wrong. That's why we have Control Z. So instead of applying it to the other side, yeah, we'll kill that. So you see I deleted it and it removed it from the artboard. Again, we'll just copy it, paste it, select that artboard, and then zero it out. It should go right into place. So now we can go in and let's say we wanted, instead of it saying Reddit, we want it to say Breadit, which is our new service that only deals with bread. And over here, it's gonna say Breadit, and that's a trick, right? You know, if you think about like how important that is, not really, because like some of the ways people will get around that is they'll mark designs like this. They'll say, like this is a common thing you'll see in UI design, is you'll see master written on things, like to indicate that this is the one to go forward from. Because when you're working, if you have all the time in the world, you can go back and update everything. But you know, yeah, that's it. Pretty cool trick. I encourage you guys, if you use Illustrator, to take advantage of that wherever it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense to do it like that. Like if you have something that's pretty simple, like a list like this, it doesn't really make sense to do it. If you have something sort of like these things, I don't think it makes too much sense to do it. But you know, pick and choose. Like you could even go in and like component these guys, and you can always just use it as a base template and say like, I'm gonna drag in my thing. Like let me show you. So we have our big symbol. I'm gonna drag that in, and just as a point of, you know, like show off how this works, you say break link. So you could start with a component that was based on a template, break the link, and then like change this to red. That doesn't look horrible, just FYI. And then like these ones are still intact. They're still based off of an instance that this one's now been disconnected from. Pretty cool. Pretty cool trick. Yes, so Gan said it's like available in Figma as well. Yep. It's definitely something that design tools, modern ones, do. And some of them do them as like the basic way they work. But just I think people, when they use Illustrator, they kind of forget about these tools. You know, they when people say it's not a good choice for UI, it's because they just haven't worked with it enough, and they don't understand like how valuable it is to be able to pull this off. Because when you work with like XD or something like that, you don't pull this kind of stuff off. Like you just don't. You're so constrained by the tool itself that you start to work within sort of what the tool lets you do. You don't do things like this this line that goes down the side of the screen here, because again, the tool is very constraining, and you're kind of working within what you can define within the tool. And what I like about Illustrator is you can define and draw and do things just however you want to do it. And if you have a competent front-end developer, they can make any of this stuff work. Like it's sort of my pet peeve, because I think that interface design and Um, and just in general, just design in general should always have an experimental flair to it. It should always have this sort of like customization, this the polish, the whatever you want to call it. So it's why you guys have never really seen me like use design components, like go grab like a bootstrap library, material library. Yes, it would be easier. We could do this whole thing. We could start developing this today with material, but I think it's just not as cool. It's not as fun. It's not as customized to the problem. And this, for the couple of days that we're going to take building the designs out, like, I don't know, I think it's worth it to go the extra mile and just keep it simple, but, you know, also have these kind of levels of control and these sort of design decisions that we're making continually. Zagan, you had said, yeah, people think of Illustrator as vector illustrations or logos. Yes, that's what it can do, you know, but that's the power of it. The power is that it is a free-form vector tool with billions of dollars of software development that have gone into it, like millions of man hours have created the tool. So they've added a lot of little features that people don't always take advantage of. Because really, like, they update something like Illustrator once a year, and when they do update it, like, I didn't get a little thing saying like, here's the 5 new things. I got some weird like, watch our video to learn the new features. If they just bullet pointed the features like they do in a language, I might actually know what they are. And I know a couple of the new features, but like they like kind of sneak this stuff in like little by little. And it by this version, which has got to be 25 or 30 versions in, it's pretty good. It's pretty fast, pretty snappy. It looks the way it's supposed to. Like, it's very easy to translate things from Illustrator into web development, and I think that's the biggest key when you work in Photoshop. I don't know anymore if like that's a common tool for web design, because I just do it this way. I don't really work with designers too much anymore, but it's just these little things that, like, if I had a line like this in Photoshop, I would miss this. These are pixels, right? It says 60 pixels wide, 1 pixel tall, 481 pixels off the left-hand side, 190 pixels off the top. And when I'm going to develop this in HTML and CSS, these are like so easy to work with. I'll have a piece of CSS that says 60 pixels, you know, and to the point, Illustrator understands this. And you can do that, and you can get things like other CSS properties of that item. Like, see, it's putting the color on it, it's putting the opacity on it, it's putting the background. So as you're building this thing in Illustrator, it's maintaining a CSS sheet to help define it, because that's how SVGs work, right? That's how vectors work. They have the coordinates and the markup language that builds the shapes. But then they also can take things like classes to define the colors and other things. So the reason you don't see the 60 by 1 here is probably because in this tool, it's in probably a property. It's probably like width 60, height 1. And these things are things that are easier to apply with CSS, the colors. Yeah, but that's that's my pitch to get more people to use it. Because I think the more people that use this tool, the better it is for the rest of the web. I don't know. That's probably not right. Just don't use this tool. Let me be the guy that uses it. let me be the one that can create these sort of designs that are a little funky and whatnot. So what's our next step here? Probably we went off on a little bit of a tangent before the break, but we were kind of working through just the paper design for this stuff. Because again, we're not going to actually go in and probably design these 3 screens. I'm going to move this document over so it's a little easier to work with there. Why does it do that every time? What's going on, Windows? Why do you need to show all my windows? Jeez. A little rude. So local change the folder, move the folder, establish dev packages, have a switch for the FS watch, and install environmental variables. For staging and production, is there anything that we'd config at a global level here that wouldn't be caught in something else? So staging and production have builds that go on, but so does local. I really don't know. I wonder if we could get rid of some stuff and add some stuff other places. So could we move? Is DNS something that? Yeah. Why don't we get rid of DNS as a menu item? For real. Like, why would we have? Isn't that considered like setup? Like, you're not going to go and change the DNS a million times. Let's move it. So local will have its own DNS. Staging will have its own DNS. And production will have its own DNS. So you'd be able to attach a domain name here. Now, if you can attach domain names, doesn't it make sense to also attach SSL? Right? So now we have two things off the menu. I would think so. I think here we auto provision SSL for that. I don't think we should even question that. I think that as things go up, they should just get SSL certs. For production, do we want to do the same thing? Is there any reason why we would not auto provision SSL? Maybe, I think that the is a question. Do they need to provide information to Let's Encrypt that could change? Yeah, they do. Because Let's Encrypt is going to take some information from them to sign the SSL. So for the staging, yeah, let's maybe not do that. Yeah, let's keep it like that. Okay, so we've moved the launch controls onto the component. Ooh, design component, but server instance. So we've moved that onto the local instance, so we don't need launch controls there. I think what we might want to do is consider comboing up all of these things. So what if we had one screen called deployment? It had local staging and production in there. And maybe the same thing, like, yeah, because it's technically a local deployment. It's just, so it's not this remote cloud thing. So I wonder if you then have like cloud settings. And that's where you would add the hosting provider, and then those rules will be followed by the staging and prod servers. And there is a question here, like maybe this is so much of a tool set, the DNS and SSL TLS, that you would move that down into this screen, but maybe not, because kind of have to picture these screens in our head. The cloud settings, I don't think we need to design this, because it's just going to be these, cloud settings, like things that you configure here. Only have to deal with pushing the box over. So local, you'd have components plus statistics, I think. Maybe. I don't know how helpful that's going to be to you. Because like your local statistics are almost never going to illustrate a problem. You might have this thing where you're like, oh no, Like in local, it's eating up 90% CPU. It's not going to survive out there. Okay, let's just move through it. So staging, components, yep. And then production components, yep. And staging components plus stats. Components plus stats. Staging is essentially a single instance box. And production is, I guess, potentially a multi-instance. You know, what is that called? Is it an array or something? And that would be something that may or may not be that way. Your production box, you know, could in fact be this single instance multi-component box. That might be all you need. So I wonder too, like, does it make sense to move logs up into these deployment things? I think so. I don't know. Is that something where you just want it separated out to this other screen? So if you're like, I'm going to the app, all I'm doing is coming in to see my logs. Do I want to hit deployment first, or do I want to hit, because you hit deployment and then you would hit local and then you would see the logs, I guess. Or you could hit logs and then hit local and you'd see the logs. No, you'd hit deployment, local, view the logs, and so that's another click away. Yeah, let's just stick it here. Let's just bundle it in here. What we could try to do too is contextualize this stuff. So I almost imagine that every screen is going to have like local, staging, production up at the top here. Yeah, that's just my imagination though. Like, I think that makes sense. So for deployment, you would have this thing where it said cloud settings, add hosting provider. For staging, you almost want like the button that says launch to staging, right? For sure. Launch to production. And I think you would say there's an ability to scale within both of these. Now for staging, although the sort of default is going to be this single instance vertical box, I think giving people the ability to move into a second instance is smart. So scaling is different than moving. Just so the delineation here is that scaling is like how much that single box will move up and down, or up or down. And moving that's when you create the separated instance. So it's almost like not plus horizontal, it's two horizontal. And that's where you could say, I want 20 of those. I want 20 workers or 10 workers, whatever. And scaling, it'd be like a separate interface, I think. Or what if we probably could just combo those interfaces together, and if they move the slider from 1 to 2 or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how that makes sense. I guess, yeah, you would ability to scale whole main instance. That's what it is. Or we probably just say component. any individual instance, not component. Yeah. So when you hit move, you're creating a second instance. That's what you're doing. Okay. So launch to staging, launch to production. What other things might come up in deployment? There is sort of like the idea that you could put DNS and SSL TLS there, but I think we'll just like, if at the most we might put a button that says like config DNS. And that might be it, like in a sidebar or something. It might just say like config DNS, view the logs, right? So we can always move contextualization through these things. Let me put that in here. It's like a sidebar. That'll move them into these other things. Config DNS, SSL, view logs, and open terminals. Yeah, I think that's about all you're gonna have to do. So on the maybe not open terminals, probably not the thing here. You would never open a terminal just like into the project. You need to open it into a component. So then on these guys, you would say open terminal, controls, delete, reboot. So if they open the terminal, it'll just push them into this thing. I don't know what the terminal for staging and prod would be, but it would be staging.component, right? Or production.component. So I guess if they tap into the terminal and nothing is selected, provide a list of components to open terminals for. And something about the terminals that we have to consider is that have to for multiple terminals or tabs. So if you look at something like Commander, you see on the bottom here how we have this is cmd.exe. The same idea. So we would like allow them to open up many of these at once. And I don't know how you do this in Electron, but the best case scenario for these terminals that they can open up in our app, I think, would be if they're sort of like separate processes from Electron, so they could do something like detaching it, so they could kind of I don't know, there must be a button here where you could say like give me, ooh, what is this attached to? What's going to happen if I click something? Notepad. Yo, what in the world just happened here? It just like stuck Notepad inside of Commander. I need to close that. I don't know what this is doing. Close. What? Get out of there. Just give me my window back, man. Oh, I've done something now. So I've done something I shouldn't have done. Okay. But the idea would be like that they could pull on that and undock it. Maybe that's stupid. Maybe I guess we'll just focus on this functionality. But I think for terminals, yeah, you need the ability to have several of them open, because sometimes you need to do like work on several different things at once. Can I import Commander code into the project? Let's see. Good question. I think Commander only runs on Windows. Yes, we totally can. Yep. When I was looking through this, though, there were JavaScript terminals that we could use. So there's like JavaScript terminal library. and there's Xterm, boom, right in the browser. So like we can do this. That's not pretty though. We would find some prettier. What we could use a jQuery one. Perfect. Hyper, this is the one. So I think I look at the GitHub for this, and we can grab it. Yeah, it's MIT license. So because this will be better because it's JavaScript, we can bring it in and it will run. Let's see. It should run just fine though. Let's take a look. We'll see what it's built in. I would imagine it's Electron. Yep, right there. So since it's Electron, we can, and it's MIT, we can just publish the license and embed it inside of the inside of our app. Hold on a second, Lewis. Electron based. What does that mean? I feel like Electron. I think it is Electron. Like it's. Oh no, is it going to be one of those things where it's like it's kind of Electron, except for this other part that is Ruby GUI, and you're going to have to compile that. So this will be a big thing to figure out. Okay, like this is not a This is not a drag and drop thing. This is going to be really interesting to figure out how you stick an Electron app inside of an Electron app. In fact, I mean, the other thing you could do is just bundle it, right? So you bundle in the installer for this, right? And then this just installs into the client system. And then now we have access to stick it inside of things. So we can turn on, just like Commander just did, how it hijacked Notepad and stuck it in. We could probably do the same thing with Hyper and just hijack it and stick it inside. I'd love to know where. There we go for that one. This is my first project with Electron. Yep. It's going to be my first project with Electron and my first project with Vue. So we will be learning together. I think I took some time to do just some quick checks with Electron to make sure. So I've built a mini app in Electron to kind of make sure some of the big technical things we're going to do were possible. So yes, they will be. I didn't run into anything in my testing that made it seem like it was going to be hard. I mean, the trivial things, but you got to make sure it can do it right. So I had made sure that we can run command lines or shell commands and get the response out of the shell commands. I made sure that I can create files, update them, stream them, and save them. And I made sure I could get like some sort of pulse out of the system consistently to update the UI. And all those things happened. All those things happened without a problem. And I think Electron just makes a really good, like, easy, rapid prototyping tool, right? If this is something that we kind of keep building, I don't know if Electron will be like the final endpoint for this, but it seems like it's a good choice. It doesn't. I don't see any problems with it. People have brought up memory issues. Like, come on, who cares? it's like sitting at like 80 or 100 megabytes of RAM. I don't care. That's not like ridiculous, and it's any leaking. So yeah, and like I think it'll be good because I think we can multi-thread on Electron no problem, and with a web worker pattern, and just like we can make a really quick, snappy little thing. And yes, the other piece of this that's new is Vue. So the reason I'm going with Vue over anything else is that I don't think React looks very fun. I think Angular is overkill. I think rolling our own framework will take longer, and I think this is a very basic, like, look at the UI. It's very basic. This is like view bread and butter kind of stuff. You know, I don't know how to do some of these things yet. Like, I don't know how the view controlling or routing inside of Vue works. But for things like components like this that are just going to get reused, have labels, have certain rules, I feel like it's simple. Like, this is a Vue all day project. However, in the source material that I was reading and such, I did not make it any further than like how to build components and things like I didn't get into layout or anything like that. So I think we're going to use Vue plus Vuex for state management, and we're going to build a global or event message bus to make it even easier on ourselves. Dude, you should definitely cancel Office. Google Docs is free. Yeah, if you've got a business, it's like a couple bucks a month, but there's nothing you can do, or there's really nothing restricting you. It's just like the business version gives you like more storage space and things. Okay, so back to our boring design stuff. Logs, local staging production. So these would eventually, like, not even eventually, these could be multiple log files per deployment scenario, because you can specify like, I want logs, I want this component logging, and this one logging, and this one logging, and this one logging. So I wonder if over in the component builder, which we don't have. Oh no, we don't have that. We have this part, which sets up the engine, but we don't have the component builder because we removed it, like a bunch of dummies. Okay, yeah, let's add components back in then. So components would be the components are going to be the setup for components for these guys. And let me see too. So we have deploy config. I need to not use it. Hold on. Let's get out of here. Back to this one. Boop. So we have like deploy config. Did that get covered in this UI or no? No. Okay. So that is something that might need to get covered over in deployments. So does that give us another reason to have like global settings? Because you're not going to be able to delineate deploy configs in staging or production. It's not really cloud settings because it applies to local too. Yeah, let's call it global settings. That way we can keep the same pattern. And maybe this is just like a continual thing. So you sort of have a selection of all the different components. You would say, okay, the web main component, and then after live, here's the command to run. I don't think we need to design that. I think that makes sense. So then the actual component setup becomes, I think we should probably design that. Or not, we could just leave it alone for now. Why don't we just leave it alone for now? Because we know how this is going to kind of look. And I think we can get into it more when we're trying to consume the YAMLs. We have enough, I'm telling you, this is such a simple app. I don't think we need to get too deep. But this app is more about information architecture than anything else. Yeah, so you're going to set your components up here. And this would be like add, remove component, set additional flags. So there'll be a guided and advanced section of that, which again will just load up the box file. The advanced will just load this up. And again, we might be able to. I don't think it makes sense to. I was gonna say we could build this even further, and have like just this one section that gets handled by one part of the editor. But I think if you flip on advanced, you should just get the whole shebang. So we can kind of see some of these things. Let's open up the box file thing and see how like these different, how much we can add, remove to these guys. So this I think is a full breakdown of all the components. So let's just put it in. So for web, we have start, which is like adding a start command, a stop. This could be multiple. This can be multiple. A stop force, which is a boolean. A stop timeout, which is an int. CW, what is this? Current working directory? What is that? Current working directory config defines the directory in which your web processes start and stop commands should run. So it's multiple. If you have multiple start stop commands, you must use an array of hashes matching each to a CWD. That's for some complicated stuff, man. Okay. This is the best part though, this routing. Oh, so smart. Routing. No, it doesn't seem like you can have more than one definition per route based on the example I'm looking at. But why would you not be able to? Okay, it's fully documented over here. When using multiple web components, each must have at least one route specified. Routes must be unique to each web component, and routes only apply to connections using the web protocols, basically. So I mean, I know it sounds stupid, but there couldn't be two routes, right? There couldn't be two. It would break things. Unless you're just doing like /admin and /administrate go to the same thing. Maybe. You know what's really cool about this? Like, each one of these guys right here can all talk to the same data component. So you don't have this like problem that you usually run into where like you're managing 4 sets of config. It's the most valuable app ever made. And they gave it to us for free. Yeah, so many cool things to just kind of discover here. So routes would actually just be one per thing. It's a string. One per component. I almost think like this is something that should show the final URL using the DNS. It just makes sense. It's a little kind of nice way to do it. Okay, port mapping. Nanobox allows to define. Okay, allows you to define on which ports your web components listen for connections over TCP and UDP protocols. Your app must listen on port 8080 to connect to the public network over HTTPS. But I guess, like, yeah, who cares about the rest of it? So each component can also take ports, which is multiple, and it's in a format of protocol source port, destination port. What would you use that for? When are you going to use that? People will figure it out. Somebody's going to use it. Network directories. These directories are read-write accessible to all the web component instances. Okay, so it's like a shared directory space. Directories are mounted at runtime and should not be created at the same location as a directory containing source code in your repo. That's a little tiny sentence that's telling you these things like are ephemeral. That's what that's saying. Or they could be ephemeral because they're going to get overwritten every time they write. In order to use network directories, you must have one or more network storage components, ONFs, cluster, etc., in which to store them. In your box file config, specify which storage component the directory should be stored on. So this is interesting because this becomes something that like the web component can talk to, but it's actually generated somewhere else. So you really want something to say link network dirks, link network dirks, because you'd have a thing here where they have to be created as data. So you'd have something called data.unfs, UNFS, and then you would like you would just say, okay, I want to add it to this website, click on that, stick it there. Then it's going to have a path to directory. So then link the network dir, then set the path as a string. Okay. And you can see even here, on deploy, network directories are replaced with network mounts. So that means if you had anything in that network directory, it's going to get replaced. It's going to disappear. The mounts obscure anything committed to your repo inside of those directories. This is important stuff that we'll have to explain to people somehow, because you have the idea of like permanent storage and impermanent storage when you do deployments, and that's a hard concept for a lot of people to get, meaning like sometimes you commit something into like a public directory, and if your app was writing to that public directory to do something, if it were like a weird CMS that wrote text files to the public directory because it's the easy one to write to, the next time you deploy, that public directory is going to reset and nuke out to whatever's on the disk, because it's not like pushing up and doing a compare, it's just pushing up and putting the whole new app there. So these network directories allow you to work around that by creating a separate data component that lives away from your primary instance, and just sort of like that's a file system, it never changes, it's like a hard drive somewhere. So that's I think that's a landmine that somebody's going to step into if we were not really careful with explaining how this works. Okay, writable directories. These directories are read-write accessible and stored in each instance's local file system. This is just what we were just talking about. These directories are mounted at runtime and should not be created at the same location as a directory containing source code in your repo. File path should be relative. So this is just saying that you're giving whatever 755 to a folder. And there's a lot of reasons why you would need one of these. It could be like temp folders or something like that that you're spinning up and deleting stuff out of. But really that's the gist, is like really writable directories. Don't, it's not going to stay there unless, right? You should be putting it on the network directory if it needs to stay there. Okay, custom logs. Many apps and frameworks log to files stored, log to files stored in the systems. Log watches. Why is that an apostrophe s? Log watch allows you to include entries written to these log files in your unified log stream. Ah, that's cool. More information is available in this thing. Okay, you must use the absolute path for the log file. So this will let us take the unified log stream and do what? I should read that. Like in my head, I thought what it would say, so it allows you to include any entries written to these log files in your unified log stream. So there's all these different logs, and this is just pushing it into the unified stream. Okay. Oh, so it's creating like one master log file. That's what it's doing. And then you're telling it how to I don't need to read it. You're telling it how to notify you in the log stream. So you're saying anything in this log file, you're linking a log file in and saying call it app error because that's the error log. So this is a way. So if you don't configure that, do you just get nothing in there, or does it have? It must have some basic things that report out. That's cool though. I like that. That's another sweet feature. Log watch. So that's going to be multiple things, and then it's a string again, but it's like a key. I kind of want to just write that out just for a second. We'll probably go back to this. That's actually not multiple string. It's a key value pair. Key value pair. Like that. So it's curious because on something like a log watch, you almost wonder if you can generate those things automatically based on components. Because I think when we get into the workers and things like that, you could probably tell it to write a log somewhere. Okay, the cron jobs. I know for a fact this code's broken. I had to fix it. So we'll put it in. But I think it was something in the examples here was broken. I think it was the single ticks. Because we had a like it stopped. My site stopped working. Yeah, it's right there. Like the command has to be enclosed in double quotes. See, having this many features, man, it's like kind of a bear to test it, right? But okay, so could you have multiple crons? Well, why not, right? Why would you? Yeah, because you just do this thing where you do this pattern of ID and then schedule command. And that little tick right there opens up the object. Okay. I think that's the only thing that does that. It's the only thing that pulls off this weird double thing. We can make that look a lot better, or a lot easier to work with. Was there anything else that those do? No, it's just ID schedule command. That's it. Let me double check. Yep. And what's really cool is that, like, I don't know how often you guys write cron jobs, but having this thing where it says predefined schedule definitions, daily, hourly, etc. are not available. very easily we can have a person select yearly and it will just snap in that thing, or monthly it snaps in that thing. Yes, they can customize, but we can fill that form out for them really quickly. Okay, then the last piece is a local only, so you're just specifying whether or not this should only provision itself in a local dry run environment. Cron jobs, Kranos, do you think cron jobs are a hassle? I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. They're a pain because, like, especially if they're like things that only run once a month, or whatever this schedule is. Like, I should have made that bigger so it's easier to read. If it's whatever this schedule right here is, whatever, what is that, like every third year, 3 times a year? Like, I don't even know. Every time the moon is aligned with Venus, you run I'm a Little Teapot. I hate them because it's like, yeah, like what's your what are the chances that like this thing never runs, because it's something that's only supposed to run like once a month, and you can test it, I guess, but you just have to trust that it's running. And when we were building one of our apps, the one that I'm kind of using as an example here, this cron job had to run every minute, right? So it's like, it's essentially like an analysis tool to what's the right way to say this? It's an analysis tool to reduce strain on the system, to move things through ascending state before actually trying to send them. So we had this problem that there could potentially be hundreds of thousands of things that could get scanned. So this is a way every minute just to make a small queue of those things. And it wasn't running for like a week and we couldn't figure it out. It's because, again, like this thing, the code had to be these double quotes. But yeah, they're a pain. So I wonder if we could even, that's a feature for sure. What if we had a thing called Cron Watch? Cron Watch. I don't know where we could stick that, but it would be so easy to do. Like, all it does is says like, you have cron jobs, so we have Cron Watch, and Cron Watch just says the cron job ran. It doesn't say anything else. It just says, yep, it ran. This is when it ran. Yes, you can dig through logs and figure that out, right? But Cron Watch, it's another free thing from MAGA. I mean, it could be, or you could segregate it, right? When was the last time this cron job ran? Boom. Just like cron calendar, cron criteria, and cron docs, cron costs. Just, it's a funny syllable. Okay, so logs. Would they sit in logs? Yeah, why not? What if you just had in your logs cron watch? Yep. A thing to tell you the last time a cron has been seen in logs. You guys want in? you want your name on the patent application? So Gand, you had asked why Nanobox instead of Vagrant. So Vagrant is owned by HashiCorp, right? So Vagrant, GitHub. So it is a MIT licensed tool, but it does not go this far. Essentially, what we're going to be doing, Gand, is we are going to be taking Nanobox, which runs Vagrant. So Nanobox actually initializes Vagrant deployments and then stuffs images inside of them to do these things quickly. So what will happen is the box file here gets passed to a nanobox consumer. The nanobox consumer is able to like construct this thing and select things and then preload things, spin up the Vagrant box. The Vagrant box turns on with this micro instance through VirtualBox. So we're going deep now. And then the nanobox build process connects into the local deployment and then gets all these things to do things. That's my impression of how it works. I could be completely wrong, but that's my impression. And it's like this weird connection of things because we don't want to build that close. So nanobox is one level of abstraction from Vagrant, which is a level of abstraction from VirtualBox. We are a level of abstraction from nanobox. It's just abstractions all the way down, man. Eventually, you're just going to scream at your computer, turn a freaking thing on, and our app will, some app will then connect to MAGA, and you can just launch a Rails server, Alexa, and Alexa's going to connect to MAGA and do all those things, right? Like it just one further level of abstraction. It's good. We've been building this way on the web for 2 decades, 3 decades. And this was like, I don't know, this is I guess a vision I had for building MAGA is like, why, I wouldn't build that if I wouldn't build the app we're working on if I had to do everything. But getting handed a code base, which in my opinion is probably the result of about $1 million to $3 million of work, maybe even more, maybe more like $5 million of work. That is a nice kickstart to do the rest of this stuff. Okay, so we've got all these things set up for the web component. Now we got to do it for the data component. Yep. So we'll go through here. I'm slowly realizing that I could have done this off stream and probably made for a more productive stream. MAGA stands for Make Applications Great Again. So if somebody could just do like, if you do exclamation point and project, you'll find out. So for data, you specify an image, which is just a single string, which is going to select an image to be pooled for this. I think these things must be, like data components must be so much easier to provision. In fact, I think, let's put a note here. These should be the first provisioning target. Because like they're just straight images. They don't need to be configured. All the rest of this stuff goes somewhere else. Yeah, let me scroll down. So image setting defines which image and version is used to create the data component. Versions are appended to the image with a colon. Oh, thanks for that. And then, yeah, you have guides that say which components. But again, that's our package source thing that we're going to have to know what's available. Config. Images may provide configuration options. Yeah, it doesn't tell us anything. Oh, wait a second. Is that for real? It's dependent on which data component we're using? Oh, man, that's crazy. Okay. So how many data components are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 8 different data components to support here. Yikes. Okay, let's do... Is there anything that's not in the config? Well, take that back. Each component data component type. Let me just take a quick look at this. What? That's a lot of stuff. All right, see you later, again. Well, that's that's just stuff they could list off, right? There's some work to be done here. Wow. Okay. That's good to know. So let's go through this really quick too. Whenever configuration changes are made to your Postgres box file YAML, in order to apply those changes, Nanobox must provision a new Postgres node. Whoa. When working in dev and dry run, this will replace the existing node, wiping all data in the database. Data will need to be reseeded. Good to know. if this changes, it might nuke the data in local and dry runs. Wow. Okay. When config changes are made to a production database, a new node is provisioned and data is migrated. This process must be explicitly triggered and will not be done automatically on deploy. There will be a slight downtime as data is synced between the old and new nodes, but the process is designed to minimize this as much as possible. Okay, so not a big deal in prod or in deployed environments, but kind of a big deal in local because you would maybe change the config and then boop, all gone. So if you had spent a lot of time like seeding things or configuring things in sort of this database, whatever it is you might be doing, like you'd have to redo it all. Okay. Well, each data component has unique configs, yeah, but there's going to be these. Let's go back. So just the data components themselves, though. Oh man, did I just nuke myself out of that? Yeah. They're going to have some similar things, right? So the config, that's custom, but then they all can take cron jobs, which are the same thing. Cron multiple objects to determine what those are. Object. Extra packages. We're familiar with that from the other one. Is that for real? Like you can just load packages up on that thing? Okay. Let me put Perl on top of my Postgres install. Okay. Multiple string. Adding directories to the path because again you're running Perl commands off your database for some reason. Extra path dirs. And that's multiple string. Extra steps. Multiple string. So you can add custom steps to the process of provisioning your data component. These run anytime the nodes in your data component are built, scaling, moving, etc. Interesting. So you could, it doesn't say when. It says they run anytime the nodes are built. It doesn't say after or before. I'm guessing after. Like if I had to guess, that is something that happens after it's done, which could, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff you can do there. Like some of the simplest stuff that's going to take place is once they're turned on, we are going to get an emission that says that the component's done building. So in the meantime, like when we turn one of these things on and we say, hey, it's starting to put itself together, it's going to set a signal and say this is starting. And then a bar is going to start moving across the screen that doesn't actually indicate progress, but is showing that it's still working on it. And then eventually it's going to get a signal saying it's done. And that bar will go to the side and give us a nice check mark and we'll have success, right? So I don't know what other extra steps you might use. And I almost think that without knowing these things, we almost have to find people that can tell us what you would do. You know what I mean? Instead of looking at samples, I don't want samples. I want somebody else to say, like, I have that problem, and this is why it's important that this is in there. Because really, we could just start removing a lot of stuff. Out of our 3 personas, only Breg is the only one that would probably be into this deep stuff, and I'm Breg, and I'm not into it. I don't really know what it's gonna do. But when I was talking with one of the Nanobox staff engineers, I mean, they said, look, we've had everything from like your basic website running on Nanobox stuff to websites that have 1 million plus users. So I think when you're cresting in to these bigger things, like, you're going to have more robust setups. Okay, so we're looking through the worker docs now. I'm going to look and see how we wrote our workers. Ooh. Okay, so the worker, I wonder if this is basically a web component minus the exposed 8080 port. We'll find out later. So it looks like for what we were doing, most of the stuff, except for this cron job, the cron job was like, yeah. So the cron job here was just, they needed us to have the cron, so we had this sleep 365. For everything else, it's running stuff that is running, right? Like when you run bundle exec sidekick in a terminal, it just turns on, and when you close the terminal, it stops working. So that must be what these are. So they're kind of, it says if you have to have, you know, these long running processes. So it looks though like multiple things can be started, just like on the web. You can have multiple starts from one guy. And there's strings. They're representing a command line run though from the root. And it looks like we can have, you can do an array of strings or hashes. Key value pairs. Okay, a stop configuration. In some cases, a process may need a graceful shutdown process. Okay. Following config options allow you to specify how your components processes are shut down. The stop is the command used to stop your worker process. Okay. The stop. If you have multiple start commands, you must use an array of hashes matching each stop command to a start command. Okay. Stop force. This config tells Nanobox whether or not to force stop your worker process after the stop timeout is reached. The default is false. Okay. There's a boolean. Which means it must have a stop timeout as an integer. Yep. And it has a default. So this is actually happening by default in 7 seconds. So you don't need to set it. It's optional. Well, all of this stuff is optional. Okay. Having a high stop timeout will affect the time it takes for procedures that require stopping processes, such as deploys and repairs, to complete. So the inverse must be true. So if the default for the stop timeout is 7 seconds, then you could set it to like 1 second and set that force command to true, and bingo bango, you have a server that can redeploy much quicker. like much, much quicker. That might be something to play around with for local, or not local, for stage deployments, because we might be able to provision that box like twice as fast if it doesn't have to wait 7 seconds. Interesting. Okay, CWD, we read about this before. And that's multiple string. Just the current working directory for those processes. Network directory, we read about this before. Yeah, so these are almost like one-to-one at this point. And again, we probably want to say link network directories, then set the path. Writable directories, same thing again. Multiple strings. Custom logs, same thing again. So the only thing missing is the protocol port, the ports, and the routes. So I'm going to write that up here. Same exact thing from a config standpoint. That should make things a little bit easier. Yeah. Cron multiple. So for the components part of this, I think we got it figured out. Like, and nothing in there really, in my opinion, prompts us to go do a design, because again, it's mostly figured out right here. But I will tell you guys something. I was talking to someone today who is pretty new to kind of like software, and you know, we were talking through how do you hire a good designer, or how do you hire somebody that's competent, take a project where it needs to go. And it kind of came up in conversation that, you know, a lot of design is information architecture, and a lot of that you don't need a designer for. You just need to think through it, right? Like, it's same thing when you do like flows. You don't need to be an expert to do a flow, like or a story or a journey through an app, and say like, what is the outcome? How do they get there? And the information architecture, like you don't need to be good visually to do that stuff. I knew a guy who worked at what was his name? Nate Bergman. But he worked at like a major design agency, and he was an IA, information architect. He didn't design at all. He did things like this all day. But his title was like designer, information architect / designer, you know. And you know, it was funny because like he came into a presentation that I was like kind of attending, right? And he's like, I'm going to give you guys a little mini talk about how information architecture works. And he's like working at this like top of the world design agency, and his presentation's done like this. It's done like in like a Word doc basically. And he's like, I haven't designed anything since college, right? Like, and you have to understand, like, his job, like that job of figuring out what goes where and how prominent it is and whatever, it's not really a visual thing as much as it's like a ease of use thing. And it's more valuable than the visual design, because you could have the prettiest design ever, and if things aren't where they're supposed to be, people will hate it. You can have the ugliest design ever, and if things are where they're supposed to be, nobody will say a word. Yeah. So although this doesn't seem like a design task, this is totally a design task. It's just a different kind. It's not visual design. Yeah. So if we're going through here, we're going to change this to say configuration, which we have. We still have global setup, local station, so nothing there changed. We're going to change the second line to say components. Do that here. Yep. We're going to change. You can't rock these up, can you? Nope. Nope. It'd be nice if I could hit a button and it would just tuck up. The component pieces, since this is just all adding and removing, I think we're done. I think we've got all these figured out. We don't need to do that visual design. It's pretty easy. So then we have deployment as the next thing. So we're losing status and launch controls. Okay. And in deployment, we'll have the global settings, which cover deployment hooks, which are, let's do that. Let's write this out because it's a little more complicated than that sentence. But things like this, I mean, you don't need to have skill to do this. This is just being thorough. If you were to do this for any project you were working on, just as a developer, this probably comes naturally to a lot of you. If you were to do this just like as an exercise, that whenever you get into any project and say like, well, I know there's going to be a button that you get click on and it's going to have to do these things, you're going to find yourself not getting stuck. Like that's what's going to happen. Just in a solo environment, you're going to say like, I got a plan. I'm going to stick to that plan. And when we get into development next week, we're going to crank through this. This is going to be crazy town. Like I could imagine us getting this thing built out in a matter of like a couple of weeks versus the 10 weeks or whatever I got planned out. That's right, Kranos, man. Like do it. Work on the weekends. I'm not working tomorrow. I'm hanging out with my daughter and my wife. But it's because it's the only day, you know. It's the only one we get. I would, if I wasn't married and have a kid, I'd probably work nonstop. Okay, so the deploy config is this entirely different section that we definitely cliff noted this the wrong way. So it's really deploy config. And we have these extra steps here. Now, didn't we cover extra steps up here? Yeah, we did. So that's that first part of it. So we should have had a transform thing too. And a hook timeout. So the hook timeout's global. The transform's global. Extra steps are global. But then this builder of different things is here. Why don't we remove extra steps from here though? Because this is like global configuration for deployment deployment config. I guess we'll just do it. We could do it in two places too. Thanks, Dominic. Yeah, I try to stay pretty chill, man. I get excited sometimes, so if that happens, I'm sorry. I'm pretty laid back though. Extra steps. So this is we've seen these before. This is just multiple steps. Ooh, hold on. This needs to go there. Okay. Dominic, you can 100% become a multimillionaire from doing your own. You can become a billionaire from doing your own projects. For sure. People have done it. Millionaire, I don't think millionaire is not hard. Like a millionaire with a zero behind it, like a 10 millionaire, that's probably that's hard. With 2 zeros, that's really hard. I don't think billionaires ever happened. I just think of guys like Mark Zuckerberg or something where he really like avoided getting capital and just like built stuff, right? And then they were able to take that product at Facebook pretty far without, like coming up with some other way to do it by injecting money in or whatever. And Jabal, I don't really use GitHub publicly. I mostly commit to Bitbucket, and I don't develop. I'm just getting back into developing now. I don't develop that much though, or I haven't for the past like year and a half. So like I'm getting back into it at this point, and even when I do, I don't stick it in. Whoa! Thanks, Dominic. I'm gonna do that every time. my money fingers. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's 5 cents. Okay, get back to multiple string. I'm curious on like I really want to know what these extra steps, like who uses them. I don't know. Transform. So let's talk about transform. Transform hooks run after your code has been deployed to your live app. I've used these before, but before everything is locked down with read-only permissions and distributed into new containers or servers. So everything is deployed into like a quasi container. Your code base is fully writable and you have access to the environmental variables associated with your live app. However, you cannot access live data components. Transform hooks should primarily be used to modify config files or other environment-specific file system changes that use environment variables. What? I feel like I'm learning how to make chemistry. Like, what is this? What? I've used these. I know I've used them. I've had transforms. Maybe it's like a temporary thing you only do one time. I'll just write it in. I don't know what they're for, though. So transforms are just multiple string. They're just commands that are running. Hey, Christy girl. Is the baby asleep? So Christy's my wife. Do I only use Google Drive for organizing files? Yeah. For the most part. I will use Dropbox for some stuff. But I mostly use Google Drive. I don't, stick code in Google Drive. That goes through GitHub, Bitbucket. But yeah, like big files, I tend to look at Drive, but I think we're going to switch to Dropbox. Because, I'll show you guys in a minute. Let me finish this up and I'll show you why Dropbox I think is the better solution right now. Because they did something crazy. They did this crazy thing that when you see it, you're going to think, how stupid can you be, Dropbox? And I'll tell you, pretty stupid. Based on their design choices, graphic design, identity stuff, pretty stupid, for sure. Okay, so before, after live hooks. So we have a before live, all, after live, and after live. So these are different events that occur on the server as it's deploying, before it's deployed, before everything's deployed, after this thing is deployed, after everything is deployed, after life. So this is just a name. And then a string to run a command. Okay, then the hook timeout looks like just an int. In that the hook timeout config lets you set a timeout for your deployment hooks. Hook timeouts are specified in seconds. So this would be like if you have something running in before live or before live all or what, any of these things, and it gets stuck up and would prevent deployment or whatever, you're telling it, like, don't worry about it. It's been 6 minutes or whatever, or 5 minutes, go past it. Okay. All right, so real quick, Dropbox, not the biggest fan of their design work. Big fan of their pricing model. Look at this design. Why does it just gets worse? Every time you see it, it just gets worse. Focus on the work that matters. Okay. Why is this arrow doing what it's doing? Please scroll down my page. Okay. Why? Are you going to reward me for scrolling down your page? Let's see. Well, I get this picture of a folder on a blue desk and a crystal ball and this thing. Does this have anything to do with Dropbox and what it does? Nope. But I got some things to read. Like, most productivity. What does that even mean? Most productivity tools get in your way and constantly disrupt your flow. There's a more enlightened way to work. Dropbox helps people be organized, stay focused, and get in sync with their teams. Does it, though? I think it's just a bucket I throw files into, but that's cool. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay. I think they were just telling me why it was a productivity tool. But anyways, so if you go to Dropbox now and you look at the individual stuff, we go to the plan, right? This isn't much different than anything else that's offered. In fact, it's probably a little more expensive. For $10 a month, you get 2 terabytes of storage. For $17 a month, you get 3 terabytes of storage. We're nothing big, right? 3 terabytes, you can do things with that. But this is the place. This is where it's about to get crazy. Let's go to the pricing matrix. For $20 a month, well, really $60 a month, right? You can get as much space as you need. There's no limit. What? There's no limit. What does that even mean? What does that phrase mean? And how do I ensure I'm grandfathered into that forever? Because $60 a month is a lot to spend until you say it's an unlimited hard drive that lives in the cloud. And at that point, it's cheap. For just $720 a year, I will split this with somebody else. If 2 more people want to get this with me, we will just don't put anything illegal in there. We can upload everything to this drive. Anything you want. Anything. Because they don't care. They don't get as much space as your team needs. There's this little chat window in the corner. And I'm very tempted. Let's do it. Let's see. Is it really? Hey, so I'm looking at your pricing for the business advanced tier. And I noticed it doesn't specify a amount of space for the account. It says as much space as your team needs. What's the top end of that? How is that defined? Let's say my team consists of a bunch of videographers who are also mapping the planet Mars in full 4K. And this could potentially be terabytes of data generated daily. No, that's not true. Monthly. Are you guys cool with that? Let's say I have a team of geneticists working hard to decode the human genome. Each human genome we process takes up roughly 1.2 terabytes of space. You guys are cool with us storing that there? So, like, completely uncapped. This is amazing. I feel like I could solve all of the world's problems with this much space. like come on, man. Like really? It's uncapped. Oh, jeez. So that is why I think Dropbox is a good choice, because you never know when you need to upload a terabyte a day to a service. And the question too is like, if you were really to think about it, because Dropbox can generate publicly viewable links, right? This is something Dropbox can do. Dropbox is backed by a true CDN, right? So when you go and you connect to Dropbox, much like when you connect to YouTube or any of these other services that shunt bandwidth at you, they're using replication in the back end. So if I upload to Dropbox, it figures out like there's a Miami server, which is closest to me. I stick my file there. That file then probably replicates into 10 other data centers, and you have something that's like akin to a CDN. It's a true CDN though. And again, what's preventing someone from doing what I just said? Like, why you could build your entire app on top of that Dropbox plan, right? You could be like, hey, I'm going to launch Netflix. Netflix has a bandwidth problem. No, he said it was completely uncapped. So, look, I mean, we could read through the contract, but I'm thinking I'm going to buy that, because like I'll read through the contract and make sure they can't alter the terms. Yeah, Christy, maybe they would. Yeah, built on Dropbox. Because how many businesses are there that like you can think of that the only barrier from like you or I doing it is bandwidth is not free, right? Like you could start a video streaming service between two people. I don't know, maybe you couldn't do that with Dropbox, but you could do things like I offer an email service where here's a scenario. I offer an email service where you have unlimited attachment sizing. Unlimited. You want to attach something that's 500 gigabytes, go ahead and do it. Dropbox has a web service or an API that can accept that file. They have a way to serve it back out over an API, right? I could charge $1 a month for that, or $5 a month for that, or whatever, and people will pay it because that's not something that's easy to find. There's those like upload services like Mega is one, right? Where Mega, it's free for a little bit, but then there's bigger things. It'd just be interesting, because then you could do that and they would kind of have to hold up their end of the bargain. And yes, they could do things to you, but they kind of have to hold up their end of the bargain. They might just be like, nah, we'll just refund you that $60. But I'm excited because we're going to use that to do video. Like these streams, when they get done, like they save to my hard drive, right? It's like 20 gigabytes or 30 gigabytes more per stream. And I got a hard drive right now called the Data King. This guy. And look how much is already filled up from streams. And this is just the stuff that's on this drive. Like, we got a terabyte already taken up from streaming. I mean, I'm streaming right now, right? And I'm looking at this little ticker in the corner that's telling me how much more I can stream until I'm out of disk space. So we have an array of drives, and it's in the closet right now. But we have I bought a box of 5,300 gigabyte drives or something like that, or maybe it was 50. Yeah, it was a lot. It was 20, maybe 20 or 30, 300 gigabyte drives. And when I first started streaming, that's how I would save stuff. I would stick one of these 300 gig drives in. I would save 10 episodes to it and then put it in a box and store it. And that's crazy. We have a tangible amount in the other room of just these stacked drives. I can keep doing that, or I can just pay Dropbox some money and stick all of this stuff there. It's going to be 10 terabytes. It's just going to move over. And that's crazy to me. Because if you try to look for that at Google Drive or something, like, I'm sorry, I'm way off, guys. I'm way off, like what we were working on, but yeah, so Google Drive pricing. Yeah, I'm on like their 100 gigabyte package, and it's going away, right? Like I think I spend $2 a month for those. So if I were to go to like even a 10 terabyte solution, which Dropbox is like, don't worry about it, we got you, $100 a month. So 30 terabyte, they don't even give you a volume discount. Look at that. They don't even give you a discount. None. They just are like, once you hit this, it's $100 a month. And as you can see, it's $100 per, every 10 terabytes after that. Dropbox is like, it's $60 and do whatever you want with it. Just do whatever you want with it. Just have your way with us. Okay. Well, just kind of keep looking. So Lewis, going forward, do I want to be a content creator that makes apps or an app developer that makes content? I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, I do know. We've talked about it a little bit. I didn't want to. That's a good question, and it's worth talking through. It's late on a Friday night, so I think it's kind of cool to kind of do these like some more casual conversations. I think we're gonna do the first thing. I think we're gonna try it. So I'm gonna just like, I don't want to get into the nitty gritty details, but I'm at least getting more serious about cleaning up my speaking, because you're not really supposed to swear if you're gonna do that stuff. Which if you guys ever see me swear, just say something in chat so I can mark it, so I can put a bleep on it later. But we didn't for a year that we streamed, we didn't move any of our content to YouTube. We tried it one time. I got nailed for a content ID because music was coming out of my headphones, and that stinks. I have 1,000 hours of content of building products that I would love to stick up on YouTube, and I never did it. And on Twitch, these videos go away after about a year. No, geez, a year. They go away after 2 weeks. If you're partnered, they stick around for a little bit longer, but they go away pretty quick. So we have to make sure all the videos get saved locally, and then tomorrow I'm going to start uploading a couple videos to YouTube just to keep them in, as permanent things. And to tell you the truth, if we get an audience on YouTube, I'll still stream on Twitch and things, but that would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. Like, I would absolutely love to be able to support my family and do this, where keeping you guys entertained and kind of educated in a sense, like, or educating and kind of having this interaction, becomes the primary focus. And the secondary thing that's just happening, it's just happening to happen, is that we're launching products that make money, or even don't. We're just working on stuff that helps people and makes an impact. I would love that. I'd absolutely love it. I know I've got to get better at what I do, if that's the goal. But I'm hoping we tick some boxes. And I know that we're over a hump. Like, people actually, for whatever reason, you guys show up and we kind of do this whenever I'm sitting in front of the computer and have the webcam on. I know that we're pretty lucky to have made it that far in terms of building an audience. So we'll see. What I would hate to have happen is if that became the goal and we couldn't have these chats. That would suck. And I don't like seeing that. I see other streamers that it's no fault of their own. It's just they turn the stream on and 1,000 people show up, and then it's crazy mode, and like that's the end of it, So I would love if the most we ever got was I think maybe like when we're at like 50 people on the stream, it's kind of an okay pace, But I wouldn't know what happened at like 200 or something. Oh, he's making it rain. It's just going to keep going. I think that this song is going to play a few times in a row. We should have anticipated this. I don't know how to make it stop. Oh, jeez. Thanks, Dominic. Look, I know you like the song, but just it's got to change. You've just awesome. Thanks, Lewis. 2 months, man. Hitting it. So we're just going to change that real quick. Thanks for pointing out a problem in the system here. Yes, I will be happy to play that song every time you donate bits. However, is there a way we can make it so it's like not 1 bit? I don't think so. Dang it. Minimum bit required. I don't think dang it. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Just don't abuse it. Don't abuse it. You can hear that song all you want. No, okay. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, right. So, Tessel, good point. We record the audio, like, no joke. I don't know if you guys care about any of this stuff. We record the audio here to like 5 different channels, and then we mux it all down for the mix. So you see this is like what's going out to stream, and then all these go to different channels. So when I do the remux for the remultiplexing for YouTube, I pull everything out except for my microphone. So that money song, it won't be there, right? So it's kind of funny. Like, we kind of figured this out, and we probably on stream, because I don't think you have to be really way up there, man, to like make money on Twitch, to like really like make a living. You gotta have a lot of people watching. You gotta have a lot of donators. But on YouTube, it's not as hard. But YouTube is very strict. It's not as hard as long as you understand the rules. And granted, we don't know all of them yet. It's making it rain. We don't understand all of them yet, but some of the stuff we do understand is you can't swear. It's got to be family friendly. It's got to be like good for kids. So you could stick a kid in front of it. And once you have something that's family friendly, your chances of kind of getting YouTube to not stick you in a corner is higher. It's good. So we're cleaning this up a little bit, and definitely can't put music on there, man. YouTube does not like music. They will content ID you, like, no joke, on like music playing in the other room that you guys can't even hear. Like, they'll pick it up. They have, because it's all algorithmic, so they just take the audio, boost it to high heaven, and they look for something in the background. I don't think they're even looking. I think they're looking for like a hash. But we had streams come down that were up on YouTube that had inaudible music in them. Crazy. And they don't care. As soon as that catches you, you can dispute it, but like they usually just say no, dispute denied. It's kind of interesting. Tessel, you hit the nail on the head. The ad situation changes completely just when you swear. That's all you have to do. The difference between so like if you were to like lay the difference out, I hope this is interesting to you guys, because I learned a lot about this in the past like month. The difference kind of between monetization though is like night and day. So if you have a video that's full of swear words and not family friendly, and is just sort of like setting off some red flags with I would guess the YouTube algorithm. I don't know. I don't know if it's a manual review. I don't think it is. Because I've heard that you can have profanity like on your screen. Like you could have like words on your screen and YouTube doesn't care. But if they catch it, you saying it, or if it's in like music that you're playing or something, they will start to like hit points off of you, and your CPM, which is your cost per mila, which is like how much they pay you per 1,000 views, can vary by like a magnitude of 10 because of that, like a whole order of magnitude. So you could be, just to give you an example, like you could be on YouTube making like 35 cents per 1,000 or $3.50 per 1,000 because you hit these triggers, and YouTube says like, look, you're not because essentially what it boils down to is like, are you advertiser friendly? And yes, some advertisers are willing to advertise on more risky networks and more risky content, but the juicy advertising, the juicy advertising dollars comes in from stuff that like everybody can enjoy. They don't have to put disclaimers on. There's more competition for that. That makes sense. Oh, Dominic, 100%. If Siri can figure out what you're saying, YouTube can too. They auto transcribe everything you do. And they have image matching stuff too. So you'd have to be a little, like, I've just never heard that become a thing. Maybe it's too expensive, right? Like maybe taking a video and trying to extract and match imaging on it is really expensive at the volume which they do it. But maybe the music and the audio, like vocals, maybe that's really cheap. I don't know. It's got to be if they're doing it on every video. We had a video upload, and like within 12 hours it had flagged it. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. Because I thought it would be like somebody's going to report me. And it was like, no, it's automated content ID thing, which I get. I totally get it. But look, I'm not a radio station. I'm not trying to make money off my music. I just like to listen to, R. Kelly, and like to listen to, no, I like that, but I like to listen to like real music. You know what I mean? I like to listen to things by like Seether and AC/DC and real musicians, not the royalty free stuff. And I could be, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some like really good royalty free music we could find, but yeah, it was, it's weird because you think like, well, why does it matter? It's just, I don't know. Musicians, I guess, got boned for a while, and they started fighting back with all the piracy, all the Napster. So, okay, why don't we get back to this for a few minutes and see if we can't like put a ending point on the IA for tonight. We can talk about this stuff more, but I'd like to kind of like hit this crap and say, good, we got through all the IA and the design. Yep, and I agree. But so I'm just gonna tunnel into this for a second. But I agree that copyright, I feel like it's very important. The ability to protect an artist or a creator, I think that's incredibly important. But I think that the scope of like fair use should be expanded, or even I think it is expanded. I think that like what we were doing with music, which was I was listening to it in headphones, and the headphone bleed was hitting the mic barely, like inaudibly. And even if it wasn't, even if I was just sitting here doing what I'm doing right now, and there was music playing, under my voice, right? Just like a background sound, like we were at a bar and we were talking or something. They don't consider, the algorithms don't consider that fair use, when in my mind, that is fair use. That's like a public space. You're basically recording into a public space. Yes, it's part of a production, but not in the same way that a radio show is, not in the same way that like an exclusive music channel is or anything like that. Nobody's tuning into that video to listen to my music, right? The music just sets a tone. I guess you could argue then that it sets a tone. It's being used creatively or whatever, but I don't know. I'm sure this stuff will get sorted out at some point. We'll be sharing money with them over cryptocurrency called Copyright Coin or something. Okay, so Bo, I'm sorry, I was trying to get back to this, but this is honestly on the top of my mind. If you guys have noticed, like the whole stream I didn't play music, and I normally, like if you guys have watched for a while, I normally play music. I I can make it so if I play music and listen to it, you guys don't hear it. Do you think that's better? So you actually think it's a benefit that I'm not throwing music under this? Because if so, that's an easy way to get around this, right? Like, just don't play music. You guys, you want to listen to music? Throw on Spotify or Pandora or whatever and just listen to your own thing. Okay. Now, would that be do you guys think that would be the same thing like on YouTube? If you were watching, because I think on YouTube, I don't know, I feel like it's different. So we had talked to somebody and they were going to provide us with tracks to lay onto YouTube where they would just be like, okay, you need 5 hours of music. We can generate you an MP3 that's 5 hours long of all the royalty free, like ambient music and stuff like that. And you can just stick it on a music track. That way it's not complete and total silence. You got a little bit of music in there. So picture you're watching on YouTube. Would you still be, listening to your own music? I know, dude, Dominic, no kidding. It's a big opportunity. If I can record 5 different audio streams, right? So my software, the software that's used by all these different content creators, has the ability to say, like, separate these audio channels. Why can't I stream 5, right? Right? Like, it should be a thing you should be able to do. Like, I don't see how. I don't think it. I think it would be totally doable if you had the ability to. If you had an existing streaming platform and you were, whatever, managing it, it's not hard. It's not hard. This is what, like, if you want to hear something crazy, like, that's how, like, Google Hangouts works. So it's like video calls. They each individual user in the call is streaming a separate audio file. And if you go into the source code, you can see that they're just like these open audio streams, and the audio streams separately from the video, so they can move the quality of the audio up and down, and the quality of the video up and down. So it's already, like, it's not like it's a hard thing to do. And I feel like it should be a doable thing. Now that Mixer's in the space, maybe that's something you sort of float by Mixer and say, like, hey, like, because they're looking for ways to differentiate themselves, and you might just say, hey, do that thing, like, pay the guys at OBS to develop it and, like, create the endpoints. Although I think it would be a thing if they created the endpoint to accepted it, the guy at OBS would do it, right? Like, because OBS got this is like a streamer geek thing. OBS got really easy to use. It's because people kind of paid attention to it and they turned it into this thing, which has, like, I can see the live stats. I can talk to you guys here. I can see the activity feed. I can change my stream info. This was not always like this. This wasn't like this in the last version. And that was because Twitch created a better way to do those things, and then the guys at OBS took advantage of it. But, I used to have to open up all those different things separately, like 5 things. Yeah, we could talk about this all night. We could probably figure out a way to make our own Twitch with built on Dropbox, and make it have all these things. But there's no point to it. I mean, they have a product. The guys at Twitch have a product that's managed with smart people working there. It's just a matter of getting the right person's ear or getting the right product owner to see an importance in this and getting them to work on it. I think it's valuable. I could be wrong. I could be, like, not seeing some piece of it where by doing that they get in a lot of trouble or it costs them a lot of money. It could be any of those things, right? So let's move back to the UI. I don't want to I feel bad, but I can't stick around here forever. I can only do about 15 more minutes. And I want to just put a cap on this, so on Monday I'm not walking back into something that's, like, half done. So we were working through the deployment tab here. Why don't we go through and hit the next one, which would be logs, terminals, costs. and just update the UI. So it goes deployment logs, terminal, and then costs. So we lose DNS and SSL because those have moved up into the setup box. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it into this guy. It was nice talking with you guys. Like, this is my favorite part of streaming. But unfortunately, with a stream like this, we have to get work done and, you know, and talk. So I don't know. Maybe I should just stop working whenever we have a good conversation and just like put it through, you know? Yeah, man, Dominic, thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. It was nice chatting with you. Okay, so we have setup components, deployment logs, terminals, and costs. You know, I think that's looking pretty good. And like, if we got through the deployment end of this, where we will at least get through the global settings. So we have deploy config. We can add or change the hosting provider. And that would allow you to then do a staging and production deployment. I think if you don't have that added, if this isn't added, somehow disable the staging and production tabs, and that way they'll know they have to do that. Because it's deployment, global settings, deploy config. The local could have box controls, and that would be like start/stop, because it's gonna be one of the two. Rebuild, to do a cycle, which is up or down then up. What other box controls? Let's see. Build the runtime, which we have, right? We have rebuild, which I guess would probably just be build. Compile. I guess that is a thing that Nanobox can do. Okay. Manage the remotes. Ooh, is that deployment or does that need to go somewhere else? So the remotes, or do we manage that now? No, we control that. That's our thing. Because I think Nanobox remote. Okay. Remote LS. I think that what this does is it sits inside of the projects, and the remote is where the application pushes to when it's ready to go. Dang it. Not connected to any apps. Maybe it doesn't work like that. I must be. Huh. I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't work like that. It's fine. Okay, cycle. Let's see what else. Clean. No, that's global. Okay, info, tunnel. Destroy. Ooh. Don't know if that's the place for that. We'll probably have a part of the app called like Danger Zone where you can do crap like that. Update images. I don't know why you need to do that. Version, server, evard. Yeah. Okay. So for deployment, I mean, component, statistics, box controls. It's got everything it needs. Like, what else could you possibly need there? I don't know. Maybe something stupid like open in folder. I don't know. So you could say like, let me open up wherever that lives. Okay, staging, which is a single instance box. You'll have the ability to launch it into staging, take the local code base, stick it up on AWS. You'll have a rail that shows you the DNS, SSL stuff, the logs. You'll see all the components listed, like as probably graphical items. Each one of those will have stats attached to it, which are going to be kind of like it'll be the CPU percent, the disk percent, the RAM percent, and the swap percent, and the disk remaining, and the total bandwidth. That would be the same thing for these guys. We'll also need to, I think in both of these, like platform management. So the platform is this group of components that we manage for them, but they can't do too much with it. So we're going to have in that group of components a data warehouse, a message bus, a log vacuum, a load balance, probably the biggest one, the load balancer, and something else. I don't know. A pulse, which keeps track of the server. So in the platform management, they would probably not need anything, but maybe the ability to scale. But we're just going to say like as a separate component group. So for each component, we can scale it, move it, open a terminal into it, delete or reboot it. Okay. And obviously there's stats here, but I want to just add status. There can be scenarios where like you're not, what do you call it? You're not turning certain components on, but you're just like leaving them there. You might turn them off. Ooh. And that would be great too. That on top of the status, if you could say like, there's X number of these things running, right? Which might be, let's update the UI to show that. So here's a situation where we've got workers, right? And let's say the mail check worker is particularly like needed. So we want some way to say times 15 if there's 15 of these guys spun up, right? Let's see if there's a better symbol to use than that. No, that's not good. I don't really know if there's like something that indicates a number. Maybe just parens around it, because I don't think you can use parens. And when you're naming it, or maybe an array. Yeah, just do array brackets. Cool. Yeah, it's smart. It's kind of interesting when you take like this thing over that you're kind of trying not only to think of how this other company did it, but try to make it better, you know? And that's something that's a real big benefit with having you guys watching. We kind of get a lot of eyeballs on the same problem. Production, potentially multi-instance. So there's something else that we probably need to manage too is rollback. And I think that this would happen here in deployment, because you're going to launch and then you're going to be like, oh no, stuff's broken. And then you're going to want the ability to roll back probably right there. And just like maybe a list of deployments. deployment history. That's it better. That might be. Yeah, I think we have enough space to put that in. What up, parent? Yeah. Parent must mean something, right? Like PAREN. Like I just use it because I don't want to. I'm lazy. I don't want to say the rest of the word, but I must because like you have parentheses, which are like these symbols, and then you have parenthetical, which is like the parenthetical thought, right? Like it's this stuff in the content. No kidding. So you can say parent, like parent's just shorthand for it, and that's totally like you could play that sucker in Scrabble, and nobody could deny it. Look at me. Getting my 1920 lingo back. Okay, so we have local logs, staging logs, production logs. These should just be log streams. That's it. We should not do anything other than log streams. Now, in the logs that I could view on the web service, for some reason when I was looking at logs on Nanobox, and if you guys could help me understand this, there was a live log view and a historical log view, and you couldn't see them both at the same time. And I don't know if that was just them trying to get something coded really quickly or not, because my thought was like, if you have a log file, you can open it and tail it, right? You can open it quickly, stick all that information in, and then run a tail once all that information's in there, right? Like, why would you need to have historical logs and then tailed logs? Yeah, tail is the command to stream a text file out. Is there a reason for that? I can't figure it out if there is one. Archiving logs? Ooh. 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 Yeah. Maybe. I mean, ideally, I think. Yeah, I never mind. I don't know. Like, I really don't know why you do that, unless. Yeah, for all these, maybe. You split all of them into. Because if you have them split into historical and live, you can do things like indicate new lines since read or something. That's a pretty cool, easy thing to do. Very easy, right? It's just like you're doing it anyways, just append it. So in any one of these, yeah, you just have the ability. And I think you could have different archive rule sets for each one of these. When you archive a log, what do you do with it? Do you gzip it or something, or gzip? Do you zip it? Do you like 7-zip it or something, and just kind of get it out of there so it's not taking up 100 megabytes or whatever? Yeah, okay. And once it's compressed, you can't really access it without deflating it. So deflating, inflating. Dude, it's getting late. I'm making words up. Tar or bzip. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna that'd be smart for us to have easily achieved rule sets for the archives, because I'm curious though. If these are ephemeral boxes that we just rebuild them, I bet that archive poofs. Yeah, and I don't want to add another feature set on top. So I guess we would say archive rule set if they have an umps component, or we could add one. Yeah, that's the easy way. We'll just add a UNFS. So we'll just have this like separate network drive that the archives could go to. Yep. But they'd have to, they're gonna have to pay more for that, but that's on them. Cron watch. It's so cool. That's such a smart thing. Easy to do. You just grep, right? Just grep for that thing. Say, oh, there it was. There's a timestamp. Okay, let's move on to terminals. We definitely have to allow for multiple terminals and tabs. Local, that's just going to be... I think the way you have to do that is you have to like push the nanobox something command in. Maybe not. Maybe you can SSH it. I don't know. I almost want to change terminal to command center. Because I think like a lot of the stuff you're going to do is going to go, like it's going to start there as like, we could put buttons in. Put buttons. Hold on a second. Because if you think about when you're like developing in a system and you say turn on the box, turning on the box does not, at least in local, doesn't run any of these start commands. So all the start commands are things like turn on Nginx, turn on the server, turn on WebSockets, right? So when I'm testing the boxes, when I'm building in dev, like I'll log in. I won't use Nginx because I don't need it in local, but I'll run this command for sure. And I'll run this command for sure. And I'll have those up in consoles or terminals or whatever, so I can watch them. So I can watch as stuff's happening in them and to keep them turned on. But in local, again, starts don't run in local. So you have to initiate something called a dry run to start those up. And I guess that would be something we should cover in here too, is the ability to like kick a dry run. And the dry runs have to come right back down though, right? Because they're like super resource heavy. You're not supposed to develop on a dry run. The dry run's like a staging thing. But if we put buttons in the local thing, we call it command center instead of terminals. Put buttons in to run components automatically. We could scan for any of these start declarations and make these buttons that you click that run through a terminal and flip that terminal on. And as long as that terminal's held, then like we consider that item to be on and you can't click it again. Because there's other things you might do. You might like log in and do Rails C, and this you might log a terminal in and type this command in to open up a Rails console. So again, we can try to we could try to figure out like ways to do that are simple. For these ones, for the staging and production components, I think you just let them get in there and do what they're going to do. Yeah. Jab-off automagically is like a term they came up with Rails, and probably before that. Just that these things that like you expect it to do it, so it does it. It does work for you. It's like kind of shorthand. I guess the other thing you could say is like a code generator, that it's reading something and generating code for you, so you don't have to type it in. So if we had, again, if we can scan and see those start commands, we can assume that they are things you might want to run in a local thing. So instead of opening up a local terminal and doing it, we can just impreg the code there or make it customizable or something like that. It could be like, customizable terminal open command things that you would just like type in hit the button and then like, oh, it just does that. It opens up a console right into Ruby if you need it, or opens up the server and starts it up, you know. Granted, that's like very easy mode, but that's okay. We're trying to think, like, we might drop something like that, but I don't know. I think it's kind of a cool idea. I don't know if command center is the right thing, but that sounds about right. Mission control, I don't know. Ooh, that's the one. Mission control. Just going with this space theme. We're same wavelength here, Lewis. See? Okay, and the last piece is cost. So the cost is just a roll up of what everything is costing you, right? Like, it'll say your staging environment's costing this much, your production environment's costing this much. This should be a single screen. That's it. It's just like staging, $103 a month. I don't know. Production, $0 or something, because maybe it's turned off. Maybe we could do, this is estimated cost only, show how much this is for the next 30-day period only. If you have things like auto scaling, it's going to get really difficult to figure this out. Could we pull historical pricing, or not historical billing from EC or AWS or whoever, and display this in the same panel? Is there a way to name the components or instances, the instances, in such a way that this would be possible? Because think about this. If we could, it would be really smart, right? Say we have an estimated cost that we can base off of like today's cost of a catalog item times how many of those things you have today. But if you have like scaling involved and you move a box item up, if like one of these box items is one of these instances is replicating in horizontal fashion, then it becomes harder to predict. So maybe if you're looking at a project that's like 5 months into launch, and you have one of those historical feed, we could attach something into the instance name so we could search for it and see that horizontal scaling taking place, right? Which I have no idea if we can do that. We could see that historical scaling taking place and then put the information there. I don't know. That might be a lot of work. So if not, we're not going to do that, because they don't pay us. They pay AWS or DigitalOcean or whoever. They can always go look up what their bill was. Yeah. Okay. I think we're there though. I think it's, in terms of what I'm seeing here, like, what else? Like, I don't think we really need to design anything else. We could. I think we have enough of this figured out to kind of get us through a lot of the pieces, and we can always come back to design later and just fill in the missing pieces. It's funny, right? Just two screens. Logs is easy. Mission control is easy. Yeah, it's all easy peasy. Cool. I guess, I take it back. Why don't we spend half a day on Monday, or maybe a full day on Monday, and we'll do the components page. Or, yeah, the component statistical page. Because I would like to get the stats looking really good, get a good idea how that's going to work. Because we can always take those same stat style and bring it into costs or something. But it would be nice to see the statistics of components. So if we have this one section, not this guy, not the top level components, deployment. That's the one. Probably deployments. Because on deployments, that's where you're going to see like the information that's on the left here. but that information is now more by a factor of like 6, and you'll need to be able to see like specific pieces over a whole day within a time period, whatever. So I will take this stuff and save it out. I'm going to stick it in our Discord for you folks that are new. If you want to do Bang Discord, which is like you can see what our Discord is, you come hang out with us. I'm going to publish these probably like every night when we do designs. Let me just set these out. Get them over there. But that's it for me for tonight. If anybody has any questions, now's the time. Got about 30 seconds before I get out of here. I'm really feeling the UI. Like, I think it looks proper, I think is the right way to say it. Doesn't look too crazy. I'm not super sold on the ad yet. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me why the ad should go away. Oh, you want to see like the end? Sure. I just stuck the files in Discord if you want to go get them there. So we have like optional stuff going on over here. We still do need a button, don't we, that says like add new thing. It's not hard though. Start a new project or whatever. I guess that could be, I mean, we could work on that. I wanted to have sort of a quick way to start a project, but I don't think it'll be too quick. And we could kind of go like do a little design for that. But all right, folks, thanks for hanging out, and this is a fun stream. Hope everybody enjoys their weekend. I'll be back streaming again Monday. I'm trying to get better about this, like starting at a specific time thing. I really am. My daughter was so cute though today that I just like got caught up with her. It's like, you're too cute. She's dancing. She's like dancing to Nirvana today. And I'm just like, man, that only happens once. Like, so I thought that was a little more important. But yeah, guys, I'm going to get out of here, and I'll see you Monday or see you in Discord or whatever. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by.